O futuro começa a cada manhã, com a disposição e a certeza de que faremos sempre o melhor. Essa história começa há mais de um século, com o início da imigração árabe para o Brasil, quando desembarcamos por estas terras cheios de sonhos e muita disposição para o trabalho. Trabalho esse que, pautado por muito esforço, excelência e ética, se transformou em uma das maiores características comerciais do povo árabe no Brasil e no mundo. Oriundo de muitas nações, nosso povo encontrou no país um lar e nele passou por transformações que incutiram na cultura brasileira nosso jeito, nossos costumes e nossa inegável vontade de prosperar. Deste movimento nasce a Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, uma instituição alicerçada pelos valores de uma das culturas mais ricas e celebradas. Dispostos a honrar nossas tradições e os 23 países participantes de nosso grupo, nos transformamos rapidamente em um hub de negócios focado em desenvolvimento e inovação. Assim, colocamos um pé no futuro de maneira efetiva e dispostos a transformar as relações comerciais por onde passamos, transformando ideias em oportunidades, sempre com responsabilidade e arrojo. Criamos uma rede moderna capaz de levar nosso know-how para além das fronteiras do mundo árabe, levando excelência e tecnologia por onde passamos, sempre pautados em nosso propósito de conectar brasileiros e árabes para promover o desenvolvimento econômico, social e cultural, sempre em convergência com nossos maiores valores: ética, inovação, liderança, confiança, comprometimento e competência. Bem-vindos à edição 2020 do Fórum Econômico Brasil e Países Árabes. A construção do futuro começa agora.
Bom dia a todos, eu sou a Renata Maron, nós estivemos juntos desde...
My name is Renata Maron, and we've been together since Monday for this important Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum 2020. This is the last day of this special online edition. This forum is held by the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, together with the Union of Arab Chambers and the support of the League of Arab States. Our goal is to foster and strengthen trade and cultural relationships between these countries. We want to bring about reflection upon how these relations can grow and be stronger in a sustainable way. Today we are going to talk about environmental and social governance and their relevance in this context. So before we get started today, of course, we want to thank our sponsors. It is because of our sponsors that we are able to hold this event. We have BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, KaiZed, Niam Trade, the Qualita Group, and TradeLink. And of course, we need to remind you that we have a virtual trade show with booths from the sponsors on our platform. When you visit their booths, you'll be able to talk to sponsors, see everything they have in the booth, and find all the news that they have to share, including a complete survey about Arab immigration in Brazil. So now we'll have our first guest. Please come join me, and good morning. So this is the VP of Operations of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mohamed Ora Morad. Good morning, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning if you are in Brazil and the Americas, and good afternoon if you are in Arab countries, Europe, Asia, and Africa. Welcome to the fourth and last day of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum, The Future is Now. Today, we are going to talk about ESG, which means environmental and social governance. ESG is related to three pillars that are used in the corporate world to measure sustainable brands, financial impact, financial performance, and market performance. In the past, customers would only expect good and cheap products. But this is in the past. Right now, when a customer decides to purchase a product or to invest, they go through a more complex decision-making process, and they take a lot of criteria into account. Of course, as consumers and investors, we always want what is good, beautiful, and cheap, and as investors, we want to get the best return on investments. However, society is paying ever more attention to the protection of the environment, to their impact on climate change, and on how production is sustainable and responsible. Socially, of course, we need to think about the relationship between companies and society. Corporations need to be inclusive, diverse, and they need to take care of human beings throughout the supply chain. When it comes to corporate governance, we want to know if companies have a healthy relationship with their employees, with right wages, and a compensation package for executives that is reasonable. This is in alignment in Brazil and in Arab countries. And in the Gulf countries, an average consumer has requirements or standards that are similar to the ones in Europe. Companies that know this market know that usually Arab consumers are around 30 years of age, they speak 3 languages, they are going through their first or second undergraduation course, and they have international work experience. Arab consumers are used to the best the market has to offer, and they are well informed about it. Now, this is the last day of our forum. And on the first day, one of our panelists said that a huge part of the millennial generation would be willing to take a wage cut if they were to work to a company with their values. So think about it. A large number of the global population is worried about where to buy, where to invest, and where to work. So it is only fair that we understand that the ESG movement is now a lifestyle. The trends that I'm going to share here are going to be analyzed by the panelists, moderators, and CEOs we have for today. I am sure that you'll be in very good hands, and now I hand it over back to Ms. Renata Maron to start today's forum. Enjoy the forum, and thank you very much. Thank you. These were excellent remarks, Mr. Morad. I am sure we could understand this context of ESG and how relevant it's going to be for our 4th day. Thank you. So now we have the Executive Secretary of the Secretariat of International Relations for the Government of the State of São Paulo, His Excellency Ambassador Alfonso Massotti. Good morning. I would like to greet everyone who is here on behalf of Governor João Doria from the state of São Paulo. Unfortunately, Mr. Doria was unable to attend this event, but he sends us his warmest regards, and he wants me to greet you for holding another Brazil and Arab countries economic forum. I would also like to greet Mr. Mohamed Aura Morad, the VP of Operations at the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. I would also like to greet the VP of Foreign Investment and Promotion Agency in Tunisia, Ms. Jihan Ben Ramdan. And I would like to greet the representative from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce in the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Riyad Mazur. I would also like to greet the President of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens Hanan, who has done excellent work. Let me also take this opportunity to stress on behalf of Governor Doria and on behalf of myself that we would like to express our sympathy for Lebanon and their citizens. I have a special relationship with Lebanon because I spent some time there as a Brazilian ambassador, and I made many good friends in the country. We will pay attention to new opportunities to aid this country. And we are talking about long-term work in this case. This kind of economic forum grants us the opportunity of bringing our countries even closer together. And even though geographically we are far apart, our countries have always stood close to each other because of their culture and because of the feeling of friendship that unites us with the Middle East. The relationship that we see between Brazil and Arab countries is strategic in many senses. It is economically strategic because of the importance of trade. We export animal protein, products and services, and we import oil. It is also strategic in human terms because our country has greatly benefited in every industry, including politics, the economy, our society, and our culture, because we got immigration from the Middle East. They have been fully integrated into our society while at the same time keeping their roots, which has enriched Brazilian culture even further. It is also important to stress the big community of Syrian and Lebanese migrants. We have over 10 million people all over the country who are descendants from these people, especially in the state of São Paulo. And it is only natural for such a rich relationship with such intense migration to translate into trade relations that are robust and solid. We are happy to see that the Arab countries' market has been growing very quickly. It is one of the biggest destinations for Brazilian exports. And this robust relationship grew 17% in the first months of this year. And we are talking about tough times in 2020. And our forecast is that this relationship is going to grow even further within the next years. The Arab countries have become our third biggest trade partner. We are talking about billions of dollars in Brazilian products sent to Arab countries. And right now we know there is a trend to reduce trade with the world. This only goes to show how important this partnership is. Our trade balance includes in Brazil animal protein and iron ore, and in Arab countries oil and fertilizers. These products are needed for the population and for the country's production chains. This was only a brief overview, but we can see how this trade relationship is very fruitful and creates mutually beneficial dependence. Our country has learned how to successfully produce halal products. And we know that halal products are going to become more common and more internalized in our production chain. São Paulo is one of our country's leaders in the production of the main food products that we export onto Arab countries. And São Paulo creates a close, friendly, and very good relationship with these nations. Governor Doria is very enthusiastic about this relationship. He believes that we can increase the diversity of products that we have in this trade relationship, not only their volume. Mr. Doria has visited the UAE and Qatar in international trips. He also said that Invest São Paulo should open an international office in Dubai, and this office is fully operative right now. We want to cater to the potential of this market. The state of São Paulo is more and more interested in having a dynamic partnership. We want to facilitate trade and investments for private capital and Arab sovereign funds. I am very happy to say that in the Brazilian pavilion for the next Expo Dubai, we'll have a specific space for the state of São Paulo. We want to talk about the new opportunities that our state has to offer for 2021 and 2022. These are sustainable investment opportunities that are geared towards infrastructure, privatization, and grants. Now we expect to see entrepreneurs, business people, and companies from the Arab world among those interested in that, and they will be welcomed to our economy. In my experience in diplomacy, I know that it is extremely important for us to talk about the potential of the Brazilian market, both in imports and exports. We also need to talk about everything that the Arab market has to offer when it comes to fostering bilateral relations. That is why this forum is so important to deepen our relationship. We want this relationship to grow and to be strategic for both sides. Thank you very much and enjoy your day. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for sharing that information with us and for stressing the relevance of Expo Dubai. Thank you for sharing this context with us. These are very interesting ideas. Now I would like to hand it over to the Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce in the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Riyad Mazur. Good afternoon, Mr. Mazur. You may begin. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. I would also like to thank the Union of Arab Chambers and the League of Arab States. I would like to greet Brazilian authorities and everyone involved in organizing this event. I would also like to thank you for choosing such an important topic. We need to discuss these topics and we need to talk about these values, especially right now when we are going through a pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, since the beginning of the pandemic, our king has prioritized the health of the Moroccan people. These values have been taken into account, and Morocco has made the right decision to face this pandemic. We followed the recommendations that we received to face this pandemic. We invested $3 billion in healthcare. We also received direct aid. And we were able to ensure employment for a lot of people. We were also able to work on our economy in different parts of the kingdom. We made sure we used the right methods to face this pandemic. We wanted to have products that were 100% manufactured in Morocco. This goes to show that we are able to face challenges and overcome them internationally. And our king has offered help. he has offered help and health care to face the pandemic in over 15 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important to prioritize social and human values. And oftentimes, not everybody may understand that. However, under our king, Morocco was able to prioritize this transformation, and not every country was able to understand what we were doing. We had a focus on over 50% of renewable energy to ensure we had power supply. Right now, we have low tariffs, and this benefits the productive sector in Morocco. At the same time, we were able to reduce carbon emissions. And ladies and gentlemen, these are only a few examples. We have chosen to work with ESG. It is important for us to put those values into practice, and this has been beneficial for society and for our country to reach its goals. It has also helped us face these challenges. We do hope business people are very successful. We also want to foster a dialogue and more conversation so that we can boost these processes. May the peace of God be upon you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mazur, for bringing what is truly and what it means to have this relationship and what brings our partnership even closer. Thank you so much. And now we will hear the Vice President of FIPA, Ms. Jihan Ben Hondan, the VP of Foreign Investment Promotion Agency of Tunisia. Good morning, ma'am.
Well, Excellencies, distinguished participants, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for hosting this exceptional e-forum and for the great opportunity provided to the Foreign Investment Promotion Agency to share insights about the business climate in Tunisia. So I prepared a PPT presentation, so I would like that the host put it on the screen. Thank you. So through this presentation, I will start off by giving you information about the major assets of Tunisia. I will move on to some key figures about the foreign direct investment in Tunisia, and I will end by the opportunities that our country offers to foreign investors and to Brazilian investors. So to start, I would like to say that Tunisia is a good place to go and a good place to do business. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next. Next, please. Yes, next also. So it is characterized by its free access to major markets, mainly the European Union, our major trade partner. And this strategic advantage allows Tunisia to be the preferred destination for those who decide to access to a market of more than 800 million people. And Tunisia is also open to other markets aside the free trade agreement with the European Union signed in 1995. Tunisia has also signed several international and regional preferential trade agreements with most of the countries it trades with, such as Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, known as Agadir Agreement as well. And Tunisia became a member of the COMESA, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, so it will systematically have access to a combined market of more than 600 million people. And in order to extend economic ties with African companies, mainly with a special emphasis on investment promotion, there is an ongoing discussion that Tunisia joined the ECOWAS, which is the largest combination of countries in the African continent. So I would like to invite the Brazilian companies to think on Tunisia as a gateway to open to other new markets, mainly Africa and Middle East. Next, please. The second factor of competitiveness considered as the most important one is relating to the pool of international level talent. So with a performing educational system, Tunisia provides more than 60,000 new graduates per year, of which 35% are in engineering and ICT fields with a high levels of multilingualism. Therefore, Tunisia is the first innovative economy in North Africa, according to the Global Innovation Index 2020, the first in North Africa for scientific and technical articles, 13th worldwide, and the first in North Africa for expenditure on education, the 80th worldwide, according to the Global Innovation Index 2020. Next, please. So in addition to that, Tunisia is ranked first in North Africa in terms of general expertise, third innovative economy in Africa, and with great know-how, most of foreign companies in Tunisia are 100% managed by Tunisians, so thanks to the availability of skills at all management levels. So with a well-oriented educational system, Tunisia is well positioned and it is leveraged on its human resources in order to fight against the COVID-19 crisis. Next, please. So building on that, Tunisia has been lauded for investment for many innovations in medical and scientific research, like the discovering by Tunisian laboratory of a genetic sequencing of the coronavirus in Tunisia, something that our country is really proud of. Next, please. These are two examples of innovations in robotic technology, the P-Guard, or robot ground vehicle created by a Tunisian startup, Innova Robotics. The second example, the V-Sense, a telemedicine robot that disinfects hospital rooms, corridors, in order to avoid the risk of contamination to staff. Next, please. Example, innovation in mechatronics, so thermal camera-equipped drones made in Tunisia. Next. Next, please. Innovation using 3D and artificial intelligence, Tunisia 3D printed medical masks and online coronavirus detection scanning tool using the artificial intelligence as well. Next. Innovations in healthcare systems. So these are examples to demonstrate the wealth of innovation in Tunisia and to demonstrate what Tunisian ingenuity is capable of in the face of the COVID-19 crisis. Next, please. The third factor of competitiveness is relating to the world-class infrastructure. So the foreign investors and the Brazilian investors will find a dedicated infrastructure with international airports, commercial ports, competitiveness clusters, industrial areas, technoparks, cyberparks, covering different specialties, mainly the ICTs, communications, and technologies. Next, please. Our country offers a new specific and attractive legal framework, so the foreign investor is free to adapt to 100% of the company's capital without restrictions, is also free to own properties as part of investment projects, is free to transfer profits and assets abroad in foreign currency without any authorization, and there is a grant equal to 70% of employee training expenditures with a maximum annual amount of 20,000 dinar per enterprise. And the new investment law guarantees also the possibility to hire foreign managerial staff within a limit of 30% of the total number of managerial staff until the end of the third year, and 10% thereafter, with the possibility to hire 4 managerial staff in all cases. Next, please. Substantial incentives are also provided to projects in priority sectors, in projects of national interest, which investment amount is superior to 50 million Tunisian dinars, or which the number of jobs to be created exceeds 500 within 3 years, and incentives provided to projects in regional development zones, as in Tunisia there is an imbalance between the coastal regions and the regions for the interior. So more incentives will be provided to investment that goes in the tenor of the country. And there is a reduced corporate tax of 13.5% for a wholly exporting regime. Next, please. So building on all these assets, today we are proud to say that Tunisia has a great experience in the field of foreign investment. Next. As today, Tunisia is home to about more than 3,600 foreign companies, providing more than 407,000 jobs, and almost 75% of foreign companies are wholly exporting, considering Tunisia as a gateway to new markets like Africa and Middle East. Next, please. This slide shows the distribution of FDI by sector. The manufacturing industries attracts the large share of foreign investment for 54.9%, which is driven by the mechanical, electrical, electronics, automotive companies as well. It is following by services, 35.1%, tourism and agriculture. Next. This slide shows examples of big names that have chosen Tunisia to set up their activities. So regarding the Brazilian companies, we are more than keen to see the re-establishment of Brazilian companies in Tunisia with a positive outlook. Next, please. There are several growth opportunities in Tunisia in high value added activities. Next. Mainly in automotive components. Next, please. Tunisia is the third producer of automotive components in Africa, with more than 260 companies, of which 65% are wholly exporting, providing more than 80,000 jobs. Next. And in Tunisia, there are big names like Sumitomo, Yazaki, Colombo, and Schuber, who have chosen Tunisia to supply car manufacturers like Volvo, Renault, Volkswagen with plastic processing, vehicle assembly, automotive wiring harnesses, connectors, etc. Next. The ICT is the new spearhead of Tunisian economy. Next. With more than 1,800 companies providing 34,000 direct jobs, and there are more than 500 innovative companies in addition to international groups positioned in new technologies. Next. So Tunisian digital industry is fully engaged in emerging technologies, mainly in big data, IoT, artificial intelligence, and this slide shows some examples of the Tunisian digital industry. Next. The agribusiness sector is the key traditional sector of Tunisian economy. Next, please. There are more than 1,088 companies, of which more than 120 foreign participation, and the number of jobs created exceeds the 75,000. Knowing that there is a booming in bio sector, as Tunisia is the first country with the recognition of the bio European Union equivalence, and there are 95% potential for converting hectares of olive groves into organic farming. Next, please. Tunisia is also the second world exporter of dates, the second world exporter of olive oil, and this slide shows the global champions in this field. Next. In Tunisia, there are many other opportunities in several sectors, in aerospace, renewable energy, textile, medical, tourism, infrastructure projects, environment. So I cannot go through all these sectors, but I'm at the disposal of participants for further information about the concerned sectors. Next. To end, I would like to say that today Tunisia is focusing on ambitious strategies, which areas are focusing on investment in technology infrastructure, the health system, and the digitalization, which is expanding in Tunisian organization and essential public services. So finally, I reiterate my deep thanks to the organizers, and FIPA Tunisia is there for Brazilian companies. We are at their disposal for any further information they may need about investment in Tunisia. So my mail address is shared on the screen, and thank you so much for your attention.
Nós que agradecemos, senhora Girene.
We thank you, Madam Jeanne, showing Tunisia for Brazil and for the world, second largest exporter of dates and olive oil, so we can understand these opportunities that exist in this trade flow between Brazil and Arab countries. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, ma'am. So, moving forward with our 2020 forum to announce a great news. I invite on stage the Chamber's President, Mr. Rubens Hanun. Welcome. You have the floor, sir, on this fourth day that has begun fabulously. Thank you so much, Renata. Good morning, everyone. Actually, today we are going to talk about a dream. The great novelty is a dream. Is extremely interesting. I'm going to ask our dear Miss Silvia Antibas, the Chamber's Director of Culture. Miss Silvia, if you please, we're going to talk a bit about this dream. But before we talk about the dream, let's watch the video. Let's do that.
Oriunda de uma tradição milenar, repleta de significados em uma atmosfera rica e diversa, a cultura árabe é elevada ao estado da arte e disponibilizada de uma maneira inédita. Você é nosso convidado para conhecer a Casa Árabe, uma iniciativa da Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, através da qual todas as gerações poderão se conectar e celebrar a grandiosidade de uma das heranças culturais mais ricas do mundo, compreendendo suas raízes em perfeita harmonia com o novo. Neste primeiro instante, um espaço virtual, criado com propósito e inovação, para que árabes, brasileiros e entusiastas possam mergulhar em um universo de diálogo entre os povos amigos em suas raízes e tradições. Uma experiência inovadora capaz de proporcionar aprofundamento nas diversas camadas do universo árabe de forma dinâmica e moderna. A Casa Árabe é um centro de desenvolvimento institucional das relações entre árabes e brasileiros, fruto dos sonhos e dos laços de amizade entre nossos povos. O futuro é agora. Bem-vindos à Casa Árabe.
Então, Silvia, você sabe...
So, Silvia, just to share with everyone that's watching us, and over to Renata, who already knows that. The Arab house, more than just a dream, it comes true because through these studies, this research and surveys that we make available in the expo room, it was a need of the Arab collectiveness in Brazil to have a location where it may feel belonging, where it can relate, show the history of our forefathers, the countries having access to a number of things, being able to talk, exchanging ideas, and seeing the museums that we have in the countries of origin, all of this access, and in Brazil, having access to the entire country of Brazil and for Brazilians. So I'd like to hear Sylvia a bit, who is the thought behind it all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, President Rubens Hanun. The Arab House, as you mentioned, is a dream that we are accomplishing. I hope, inshallah, that we can make it face-to-face. The Arab House will represent the house, the way of life, the way of living of Arabs in the 22 countries that represent the Arab world. We talk about Arab culture, but it's cultures. They're very different amongst themselves, different regions. We have the Gulf region, the north of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East. And these are peoples with different ways of living, of art. They make cultures, art, each one their own way. They consume art and culture, each one their own way. And that's what we want to show. We want to show in an Arab house how you consume culture, what the dance is like, what we watch, what movie we want to watch, tell stories to the children. We should never forget the children, comics, games. And so that's what we want to show in an Arab house. And we can't forget the cuisine, which is part of our culture here in Brazil. We have handwriting, the Arab language. It'll be a place where we will promote programs. We will preserve material and immaterial assets and provide an opportunity for young women and men to show their activity, what they're doing in the cultural, artistic scenarios today. So beyond preserving traditions, we want to show the current cultural production and showing all of the contribution of Arabs who came, our forefathers, our parents, our grandparents who came to Brazil, who contributed to the development of this country. And we are still contributing today so much for the development. And let's also talk about other activities, talking about the life of immigrants in Brazil. We're going to discuss that at length, the way of life, how we live here, how we contribute, how our relationships are. So we're going to talk about culture and discuss a lot in this Center of Institutional Development for Arabs and Brazilians. And we have a lot of connections. We have some agreements already that the Chamber has been signing with IMA, the Arab World Institute, Alexo, the cultural arm of the Arab League, OZEC. We have them here who will actually share a word with us. Klab, who's from the University of Beirut, of Gazlik. We also have Roberto Dualibi, who's got a fabulous library of immigration. We've got the web link in the Arab House website. It'll be a great portal. We will, just shortly, we will launch it. We'll have a link with the library of Roberto Dualibi, who will tell us a bit. The support of the Arab Culture Institute in Brazil. The president will also talk to us, Mr. Mohammed Habib. And I would ask that we would bring our three partners to hear what they have to say as well. It is fantastic to have them as partners, for us to collect information.
And let's remember that we are always going to foster knowledge and dialogue before anything else. Because when we know people and when we respect them, we are able to foster peace and dialogue. Yes, I agree. So we have our partners here. I would like to hand it over to our dear friend and our master, Mr. Duay Libi. You may begin, Mr. Duay Libi. Hi, good morning. I'm very happy to have Professor Roberto Catlabi here. I truly admire him. And I never know where he is, if he is in São Paulo or in Lebanon. But I would like to greet him for the work that he has done for many years. He has been working tirelessly to bring Brazil and the Middle East closer together. Go ahead, Mr. Duay Libi. I think we are experiencing some technical issues. Let's hand it over to Professor Roberto Catlab. He is probably in Lebanon, in Beirut. Please share a few words with us. We have an agreement with the Catholic University, so please talk about that. Hi, good morning, Mr. Hanoun. And good morning to everyone who is here, including Mr. Roberto Duay Libi. Yes, I am in Lebanon, but my heart is always in Brazil. And we are truly happy to see the project that President Hanoun was mentioning, because this project is a dream, but this dream is coming true, and it is going to strengthen the relations between Brazil and Arab countries. One of the achievements we've had was an agreement between the Catholic University and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. It is an agreement to digitalize the Lebanese legacy and the Arab legacy in Brazil. So it is not only a dream, it is a reality right now. And we'll have a website, we'll have a page on the website of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce in the Arab House so that people can see this digitalization work, because we want to protect a legacy that is sometimes lost in Brazil and Latin America. We are now digitalizing magazines, newspapers, photographs, and documents because these files tell the history of Arab migration into Brazil. And with the Catholic University, the Chamber will be able to protect those documents, providing researchers and any interested parties the possibility of developing work on that. They will be able to tell the story of the connection between Brazil and the Middle East. And I know the Arab House is extremely important for Brazil, because they will be able to put together all of this material and to talk about these cultures. As Sylvia said, oftentimes we only know a side of it. But by digitalizing all of these materials, especially the magazines, we'll be able to see what our forefathers have always told us, which has created the community we have right now. I would also like to congratulate Professor Roberto Duay Libi because he had started assembling this work in his personal library, and I am sure this is going to be featured in the Arab House. Congratulations, Mr. Hanoun, for this initiative. We'd be more than happy to help. Thank you very much. Now I would like to hand it over to Professor Mohammed Habib, the president of the Institute of Arab Culture. They have been our partners from the beginning. Mr. Habib, you may begin. Good morning to everyone who is watching us live during the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Good morning if you are in Brazil, and good afternoon if you are in the Middle East. I would also like to greet Mr. Rubens Hanan, the president of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations. And today I am here not only as the president of the Arab Culture Institute, who has been a long-term partner of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, but I am also here as a witness of the success and importance of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce in their integration between Brazil and the Arab world. Yes, the Chamber started working in 1968 with a specific interest in economic and trade integration. However, we see that the Chamber has overcome those barriers of economics and commerce, and they are now going into other levels of integration between these two peoples. On the one hand, we have Brazilians, and on the other hand, we have Arabs. Now it is about culture, society, and every level that we have in addition to our economies. I know the Chamber is active in everything that is related to sustainable development. Right now, it is impossible to hold economic and trade relations without the different fields of sustainability. And Mr. Morad talked about it at the beginning of today. And he was saying that the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce thinks about sustainable principles for ESG. This also includes culture, society, fairness, human rights, health, among others. So congratulations to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for being able to encompass all of those values. And in the words of our dear Miss Sylvia Antibas and our dear President Hanan, I see that they care about the project and they are extremely happy about the project that they are announcing today. Today, we are sowing the seed, but I am sure that in the near future, we'll have a beautiful garden. It will be a timeless garden where we'll be able to tell the history of Arabs in Brazil, a garden that every Brazilian should visit, a garden that scientists and researchers should also visit, and people in universities should visit it, so that they can know from up close how Arabs have contributed to building this beautiful country called Brazil. The Arab community is here in many different fields. They are in industry, trade, healthcare, science, technology, politics, the economy, and so on. And even though the Arab descendants in Brazil correspond to around 6 to 7% of our population, their contribution has been even greater. I am sure that science and universities will be able to reap the fruit from this garden. And this is very important for us to see Brazilian history based on the contribution of the Arab peoples. So, Mr. Rubens Hanun, congratulations. Congratulations to the Chamber and to your whole team. Congratulations to Brazil as well for welcoming the Arab community in our country. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Habib. Yes, I am sure this seed has been sowed, and I am sure this garden will flourish and will blossom very soon. I would like to thank Mr. Duailipi, Mr. Katlab, and Ms. Habib. Mr. Habib, if you have any other comments, the time is now. Yes, I would like to say that I'm very happy to have Mr. Hanan as a leader for this cause. We've known each other for a long time, and we basically grew up together in the neighborhoods of Vila Mariana and Pacaembu in the city of São Paulo. We grew up together. Our cousins were friends. But we are a generation that inherited policies of nationalization from former President Getúlio Vargas. According to his policies, other languages could not be spoken in Brazil, including Arab or Arabic. And we know that institutions from Syria and Lebanon at some point were seen as enemies. That is why when we got here, our generation became Brazilian, which is positive in a way. And this also happened to Italians and Germans because they went through this tropicalization process. They were not hostile towards us. They would not breach into our houses. There's a famous book called Hunting Nazis saying what German families would suffer during this period of Nazism. But this didn't happen to us. And we didn't know much about our roots. Now, even though we would have relatives in commerce, and even though I grew up in a town in the state of Mato Grosso in the Brazilian Midwest, basically every shop was owned by Lebanese or Syrian descendants. They would speak Arabic, they would have conversations in Arabic, but we were far away from Arab culture. We knew a little bit about it, but it was not enough. So when I went to sociology and politics school, and this happened in the 60s, we were already talking about social networks even before the internet came to be. We had these hypotheses that we could know a number of people, a specific number of people, to get to a certain famous authority. And this social networking was one of the things we studied. Now, out of sheer coincidence, one of my brothers who used to study in Rio met a young lady also called Duailibi, but she was from the state of Maranhão. And they knew they were cousins, but they had no idea how close they were and why they were cousins. And this gave me this willingness to create a network. And I did it as homework for my school at the time. Now, almost 60 years later, we have a library. We've done extensive research. We've collected testimonies from the pioneers who came to Brazil from the Arab countries. And at the time, I hired a journalist who spoke Arabic to interview the eldest in these Arab families to understand why they moved to Brazil. We asked them the kind of profession they chose when they got to this country as well. And I ended up being able to create a library that, in my opinion, has become a reference for Lebanese and Syrian migration into Brazil. I also got in touch with other friends in Latin America. We have Mr. Daniel Nestor in Paraguay, and he does excellent work in the collection of information about immigration. I also got in touch with communities in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Rio de Janeiro, the Amazon, and Pará. And it's a very interesting experience. I really enjoy it. I also provide students with access to this library. It is extremely organized, and we've always had professional librarians to organize these books. And our goal was to publish a book about it. However, after the internet was created, we ended up using websites. There's a very important website on the history of Lebanon and the history of the Middle East. It explained these peoples and how they were created. And historically, we also saw two other movements happening at the same time in the world. Number one, we had data collection for genetics through private companies. Right now, these private corporations have amazing databases on different peoples from all over the world. They even have information about the ethnic creation of the people that today we see as the Arab people. Meanwhile, we also saw a movement in the US with the Black Muslims. It was a minority movement for people who were demanding equal rights with African Americans, women, and other minorities. And we were able to see that the differences between Brazil and the United States are important in this sense. In the US, to become an American citizen, you need to belong to the country. You need to be African American, Asian American, Italian American. However, in Brazil, for you to belong, you can't be Arab Brazilian or Italian Brazilian. You gotta be Brazilian, and that's it. Everyone here is Brazilian. And on the other hand, this also gave us an opportunity to see stereotypes. We would describe Italians and Spaniards and other peoples according to their stereotypes. And stereotypes about Arab people were not that favorable. So I thought our mission was to clarify that. We had a mission to show that Lebanese and Syrian descendants, who represent most Arab immigrants that came to Brazil, not only were truly Brazilian, but were not related to the stereotypes, the bad stereotypes that people would think about when they thought about Arabs. After a while, we also saw a few conflicts in which Arabs, and especially Islamic followers, were demonized. They were seen as the enemy. They were seen as fanatics. So we had a mission to make clear to young generations that that was not the case. I think we have accomplished this mission, and we are actually still accomplishing it. A lot of people access our website. In addition to the visits, we have a lot of people from Brazil and Latin America participating in it. I think this website has brought together people who are interested in this history, and it is available to all of you.
Dr. Dwalibi, what you are telling us is extremely important, and that our agreement, your initiative with the Arab House, these discussions that you have brought and this content will be excellent. The Arab House intends to raise these discussions and reflections discussing the origins and everything, the reasons of why, and it is fabulous that we'll be able to join efforts and discuss all of that. Thank you so much to all of you, and together let's build this dream, this Arab House. And as it is said in the Arab houses. I'm going to ask Sylvia to remain with us. I will ask Renata Marun's leave for us to sign an agreement with the Brazilian Halal Academy. that we see that is very much along that train of thought. We're discussing governance, and we've seen that the Arab House has much of this side of governance to deal on these topics. And the Halal Academy also brings that in its DNA. We're going to work on training to work with halal, with programs, and so we're signing an agreement with the Halal Academy. I'm going to ask for the Mr. Ali Al-Zogbi, the president of the Brazilian Halal Academy, to sign this agreement with us. Good morning, Dr. Ali Zogbi. Good morning. May I greet you all with a Muslim salute. May peace be with all of you. Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to greet Dr. Rubens Hanoun, and through him, greeting all of the members of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for this fabulous forum. Also want to greet all of the public and private authorities and the sponsors for the support to this wonderful event. The Brazilian Halal Academy is a pioneering initiative in Latin America. It is a place for sharing knowledge, research, and the training as a tool of one of the most important concepts of food security in our times, halal. It is spreading ethical and healthy practices that benefit the human beings, their lives, and their dignity. This concept encompasses all of the best practices that value life and respect to the environment. So, being ahead of this organization of professionals is contributing with the consolidation of this virtuous system. Religions have inspired and shaped civilizations. Islam offers the halal system as a way out for safe and ethically responsible consumption. Those who produce, those who consume, those who trade, whatever is, and those who produce. The importance of this commitment signed here today is the multiplication of efforts through the capacities of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce as a faithful liaison. The tools that this forum has brought forth show unequivocally that the leadership of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, in partnership with our expertise, suggest the safe spreading of halal dissemination. So we feel honored of joining our efforts to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce once. May God lighten our intentions. May this initiative contribute for a better world. Thank you so much, Mr. Hanoun. Thank you so much, Mr. El-Zogbi. We may sign our agreement now. Exactly, Mr. President. Considering the importance of this dialogue, I have the honor of announcing the signature between the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and the Halal Academy, Mr. Rubens Hanoun and Mr. Ali Al-Zogbi, with the signatures. And for the moment, to be more than special, both can show and raise the agreement to have that beautifully set for history. This is a unique moment. One more novelty here on this fourth day of this event, and there's much more ahead of us. Mr. President, Miss Sylvia Antibas, congratulations on all of these words, this agreement. We can feel what is going to seep throughout the whole day here today. Yes, oh, this is going to be great. I loved it because both when you talked about the Arab House, we could feel emotions, the coming true of a dream, you know, sowing the garden to reap the fruit up ahead. Congratulations on this work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, so now we will follow our vignette, the topic of the day. Fantastic, fantastic. Moving on with our forum, we'll have an opportunity to promote a significant discussion amongst the chambers of the Arab countries and the joint chambers of many countries connected to the topic of the day. The moderation is up to the Secretary General of the UN's Global Compact, Mr. Carlo Pereira. Good morning to all of you. It is a great pleasure being here with you. Great pleasure for the Global Compact for being here. Good morning, and our guests are the Vice President of Sustainability of Al Barak Bank, Mr. Ali Adnan Ibrahim. Good morning, sir. The President of Granito Group from Portugal, Mr. Rodrigo Tavares.
Todos, boa tarde aqui na Europa.
To everyone, good afternoon in Europe. Thank you very much for the invitation. It'll be a pleasure being here. With us, the head of Capital Markets Advisor Latin America, KPMG, Mr. Sami Podlubny, head of the Debit and Capital Markets Advisor in Latin America. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. This morning, also the head of Mr. Paulo Dallari, head of Corporate Relations of Natura. Welcome, sir. Good morning. It's a pleasure being here with all of you, being able to bring a bit of our experience. Thank you for the invitation. And in closing, the manager of Halal Trade and Marketing Center, Mr. Thomas Guerreiro Blanco. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. To be here today with all of you.
It is our pleasure, sir. Have a wonderful panel to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank, I understand this is a unique opportunity, very important opportunity to discuss a topic that is very much at the top of the agenda, the ESG, or ASG in Portuguese, the environmental, social, and the governance aspects. Those practices that are extremely advanced in the world as a whole, also in Brazil, Arab countries, but no doubt in these last 2 years, especially, this topic has become extremely more important. What we're going to discuss today, we have all of these experts on the topic, and we want to understand at this moment where we have a transition of a shareholder economy to a stakeholder economy, what should we do in order to have our companies healthy during this transition, this moment that is coming in such a strong way, I should say. What is important in the Global Compact? We're turning 20 years old this year, and we discuss issues of sustainability. So from its inception, it was founded to implement sustainability in companies and through companies. The Global Compact, in a single phrase, would be the UN's arm for the business sector. And there are several organizations today that deal with sustainability within the financial sector as well, we're going to discuss. And there we have acronyms such as ESG, comes from environmental, social, and governance. And today we're going to discuss the role of ESG in the relationships of trade, in companies, the role of halal in terms of sustainability, and how we can move into sustainable halal. And moreover, the key role of the chambers of commerce in this discussion. We see the ESG topic is ever more present even in international agreements. So we're following the Brazil's bid on the OECD, the commercial blocks of the European Union. Sustainability is an imperative. It's a clear demand, and so countries are very vocal in that sense. So I'd like to wrap my opening statements and hand the floor to our illustrious guests. I ask you, you have 10 minutes each, but I kindly ask you to think about 7, because if you think about 7, we're going to go a bit over and get to 10, okay? So make yourselves at ease. Let us begin with Mr. Dalari, if you please, Mr. Dalari. Fantastic. Thank you very much. First and foremost, want to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for the invitation. Want to greet my colleagues, panelists, our moderator, Carlos Pereira. Thank you so much. This is a topic in your introduction. You've made it clear the importance, and I think it's worth mentioning that it's ever more highlighted. I think mainly this year, the challenge of climate change has been making itself real. The pandemic that has hit hard all of the world's population, even the wealthier countries. Within that arena, everyone's going to start thinking. So ESG is something that can truly bring some answers and provide some paths. I'm going to focus on the history of the Natura Group, our commitment with life, launched in June this year, representing the synthesis, the summary of how the Natura Group makes this acronym concrete. It is a commitment that brings together part of our history, but it points towards the future and how we think that these topics can be dealt with to the benefit of all. Natura was founded in 1969. It's a group that has always fought for a cause, has always had a dream of a more collaborative, fair, and universe-aware, always believing that businesses should and must be a force for good, and that is reflected in all of our brands. But the sustainability element came once and for all in our values and principles in 1992. I think some of you remember that 92 Brazil we had Eco 92, we hosted Eco 92, and that year Natura consolidated the protection of the environment and biodiversity amongst our values. And today, 30 years after Eco 92, we are a global group comprised of 4 brands, the Body Shop and Avon and Natura, and we're extremely happy to be able to say that Natura is a living example that businesses and sustainability can walk hand in hand. We don't have all the answers. We haven't done that alone in the last 30 years. We have always worked in a network. We believe this is one of the secrets that we have to develop and even improve, always dialoguing with the stakeholders, so communities, experts, governments, companies, entities from the civil society, bringing everybody together, focusing on common values, and in that seeking solutions that allow for faster and broader positive impact to benefit everyone. I want to mention an example that illustrates the example. It's the Ocuuba. Ocuuba is a tree from the Amazon that was almost extinct, and it did 2 things, broomsticks and structure for roofing. So it was a tree that was taken down to generate very low social gains with great environmental harm. It was a waste of resources. And Natura, with that commitment of internalizing sustainability, a result of 1992, provided a broad research and development with innovation to develop products from the fruit of the tree, Ocuuba. And Ocuuba is inserted in several of our products today. The community sell the fruit, they preserve the tree, so it's much better to have the tree up. They make 3 times more money now than what they made before with taking the trees down, and so they preserve the vegetation. It generates a local social development, and also products that improve the lives of all consumers in a way that it's always a win-win solution. So Ocuuba tree is a living example of what can be done, but it's just one of the examples we could bring. And I wanted to talk about our vision of sustainability for 2030, that in a way consolidates examples such as the Okuba tree, and it is deep rooted in our plans for the future, and it might be inspiration for other companies and people. We're calling this vision of sustainability as a commitment to life, a commitment that's got three pillars that represent the concept of ESG. First is facing the climate crisis and protecting the Amazon. Second, defend human rights and being more humane. And third, embracing circularity, circular economy and regeneration. So I'm giving you a bit more details because one of the concerns is that this vision, this commitment would bring tangible goals. If not, it just becomes a narrative, just a story. But it actually has to be measurable, assessed by the end of the path. So first, on climate crisis and protection of Amazon, our proposal is to go zero on emissions in 10 years, from the inputs all the way through the discharging of packages. So the limit of heating of 1.5 degrees Celsius from the UN, we're going to bring down our emissions sooner than that. Under that pillar, Natura always advocates solutions for biodiversity that make the care of the forest more attractive than the destruction of the forest. There are several measures for product development, such as the Okuba tree I mentioned before. This is focusing on that end. How can we ensure that communities and the businesses are sustainable, but sustainable preserving the forest? Second pillar, where we talk about human rights and becoming more human, more humane. To say we have commitment for inclusion, equality, and fairness and justice. One of our goals is to improve our gender representation from 35% all the way to 2023. Under this pillar, having 30% of our workforce underrepresented in management roles and higher roles. Doing away with payment disparities between men and women, that's a commitment. And finally, embracing circularity and regeneration, which is the third pillar. In that case, we are committed and seeking so that all of our packages might be the fruit of circularity. And so that all of our waste streams also go into this circularity. And so we want to decrease the material of packaging in 20% or more, so that what remains, the waste of material that we will still have to have, that they may be reutilized, recycled, or composted. That's a commitment that we launched some years ago. This is a paradigm year. It's a result of 30 years of development of this topic. It truly represents ESG, and we have great clarity that this commitment is not only ours. We have great efforts. Natura makes a huge effort to include all of its communities, its contact networks, from suppliers, our employees, the sales team, everyone under these pillars, so that all of the relationship that we have with the community, with our surroundings, may represent the pillar. So we believe that alone and without this kind of commitment, we will get nowhere. So we seek to build this network. And this event is extremely relevant, allows us to bring this message, and I see everyone here aligned with this concern, and making a clear message that if ESG was not key before for the planet, for humanity, now it becomes even more important for businesses. So without bringing those values inward, bringing this to the daily lives of our companies, to the supply chains, it's highly unlikely for businesses to flourish in the coming years. And again, I say Natura is an example that is possible to match business development with sustainability and the preservation of human beings, of the environment, nature and environment. That is the message we wanted to leave you with. And we bring a number of examples over to this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paulo. Thank you very much, Mr. Dalari. And Natura is in our board of directors in Brazil, but also globally with the Secretary General. And that's an honor. This is very important work because you are a role model not only for Brazil, but for the world. I would like to highlight 3 things that you said. Whenever we talk about ESG, yes, we are talking about moral values, but we are also talking about business opportunities. Let's make that clear. It is also important to understand the power of collaboration. In order to change social, environmental, and governance indicators, we truly have to work as a team. That includes every level of society, the government, the private sector, and civil society. So we've heard an example from a company. Now I would like to talk to Mr. Rodrigo Tavares. Mr. Tavares is one of the biggest experts on ESG in the world. He has a great presence in Brazil. He is an entrepreneur, and the Granito Group started in Brazil and is now all over the world. He is also a professor. Mr. Tavares, you may begin. Mr. Tavares, I think you are on mute. Hi, can you hear me now? Yes, thank you. Carlo, first and foremost, let me thank you for the friendly introduction. And I would like to thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for holding this event and for specifically putting together a panel about sustainable finance. And I think we can start precisely with this question. What is sustainable finance? We have a lot of information about this in Brazil and in the world, but actually we haven't got to a consensus and we don't know exactly what sustainable finance is. Right at the beginning of this discussion, we wanted to say that from our perspective at the Granito Group, sustainable finances are a shift in paradigm in the financial market. It is in essence the idea that the allocation of capital should not be done only thinking about financial issues like expenses or flow or working capital and so on. But it should also take into account data, policies, practices, and ESG. This acronym takes into account social and environmental governance. There are many reasons why the financial market is interested in ESG. One of them is that ESG data are good risk predictors. No investors want to run risks if they are not necessary and if they are uncertain and if they are not going to convert into financial values. For example, investing in companies that are corrupt is a risk. Investing in companies that are discriminatory is a risk. All of that has an impact on the company's cash flow, and it exposes them to risks, and we always want to reduce that. Now, another reason why this is important is that usually sustainable investments take us to portfolios with better financial performance. When a company has good standards of corporate sustainability, they usually have better governance, they have fewer liabilities, they have less costs, and because of that, they have better performance. We have dozens and dozens studies from business schools, from consultancy firms, and from financial institutions. And many of these studies show a positive connection between more sustainable companies and more profitable companies, between assets that have better ESG performance and assets that have higher financial profitability. So it is very important to underline that Sustainability is about finances. It is about numbers. And if a CFO does not see an opportunity in the creation of value and cost reduction through sustainability, is not going to be a very competent CFO. Another advantage of sustainable finances is that some investors are able to go ahead and only invest in companies which products or services create positive impacts for society and the environment. This is what we call impactful investments. This is a market of $715 billion. And by the way, Carlos, since we are talking about sustainable finances, this sustainable finance market is not a niche market. Assets under management correspond to around $85 trillion all over the world. For sustainable finances, however, we already have $31 trillion, which corresponds to 36% of the capital market. We also have 6% growth per year. 76% of family offices already have sustainable finances. Over 80% of corporate already have that too. Of course, the level and the density vary, but some kind of ESG is already incorporated by these investors. And the Granito Group is seeing exponential growth for investments in ESG for every asset. This includes fixed income, land, variable income, every kind of asset. In Brazil, we've had a long history for ESG. And globally, it is hard to tell the exact moment when sustainable finances came to be, because of course we don't have a birth certificate for ESG. This is a very, dynamic field. Now, for this specific forum, it is important to stress that a number of researchers say that the basic principle of sustainable finances could be found in the big sacred texts as the Quran. For example, we see that interests are prohibited according to the Quran. And sometimes we talk about the beginning of sustainable finance from Europe and Nordic countries and the US, but actually the first ESG fund and the first fund where they had the ESG lens was born in 1962. And it was an Islamic fund. It was born in Malaysia and it was called the Pilgrims Fund Board. It was the first fund all over the world to use ESG principles. Then we had 65, 71, 90, 92, and many other initiatives related to ESG came about. One of the most important ones is the Global Compact in the 2000s. So the ESG market, or the corporate sustainability market, is not something new in Brazil. Brazil has always been well positioned when it comes to these topics. By the way, when it comes to the Corporate Sustainability Index at B3, is one of the most important indicators for that, and we've been celebrating its 15th anniversary. Now, if we think about indexes, benchmarks, and international rankings, many Brazilian companies feature at a very prominent place. We have Itaú, we have Natura for sure, as we could hear from Paulo. But we also have companies that are from Brazil and that look at sustainability as just a compliance issue. And they are not a highlight, not even in Brazil, let alone abroad. It is also important to understand as well that Brazil has issued around 50 green bonds, and this corresponds to around $8 billion. Now, with these bonds, companies make a commitment to invest in projects that are going to have positive environmental and social impact. In Brazil, we also need to find more capacity in the financial market because we truly have to integrate ESG in the pricing of assets and in the strategy to put portfolios together. Because we can only truly harness the value of ESG if companies and investors integrate these principles and data in their bloodstream. It needs to be something rooted in the corporation. If we just take shortcuts to do it quickly, we won't be able to harness all of the potential of ESG. Finally, in my last 30 seconds, this is what I would like to say. Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, I apologize. I started hearing some voices. Okay, so in 30 seconds to a minute, let me give you a brief overview, a bird's eye view on how investors think about Brazil. Right now, I am in Lisbon, but the Granito Group has headquarters in London and offices in São Paulo. We also work on collecting ESG assets, usually over $100 million with ESG funds, ESG companies. We work on debt and equity and greenfield projects, and some of these assets are in Brazil. Now, what we have noticed and what the whole market has noticed is that 2020 hasn't been an interesting year for foreign investors in Brazil. We have risk investments in production sector, public debt titles, and the level of investments has gone down in 2020. And this happens because of a number of reasons. We have macroeconomic reasons. We have reasons related to our fiscal and political condition in Brazil. This also has to do with the pandemic, of course, because this is going to have an impact on investments because of logistics. And recently, we were negotiating an Australian endowment in a Latin American product, but everything was interrupted because people can't travel, and now we are on hold. But this is the question we need to ask ourselves. These investors have stopped investing in Brazil. And is their motivation in the back of their heads anything related to ESG? And I would say that in part, this is the case. We have some questions about a few assets in Brazil when it comes to ESG. And especially when we have Nordic or European investors, they have manifested that they are not comfortable with some environmental issues in Brazil and how Brazilian companies are promoting deforestation. We have these investors out there. And for large-scale investors, I would say that ESG is not a decision-making factor, but it is taken into account. Now, for Arab investors, the Granito Group has done fundraising for at least 5 years. And of course, we travel and we have relationships with different stakeholders in the Arab world, especially in the Gulf region. And this year, for the first time, we realized that Arab investors were asking us questions about ESG. When we founded the Granito Group in 2015, clearly there wasn't this kind of concern, but now people are more worried about ESG. We have different companies in Saudi Arabia interested in sustainable finances, even though this is not a priority. For example, ARIA, which is the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, is the biggest authority for that in the UAE, created 8 work groups in 2018, one for each class of assets, to think about climate change. So I would say that ESG issues are extremely relevant for a small number of investors, but they are increasingly relevant for a very much larger number of investors. Only a few investors fully ignore ESG issues during their strategic decision-making of whether or not they should be investing in Brazil. And more, we see that sovereign funds are interested in that when they come from Arab countries. They are interested in ESG matters. Thank you. Thank you. So the Granito Group and Natura have told us how important ESG is. These were interesting insights. However, now we have a short break because our president, Mr. Rubens Hanun, is going to come talk to us with the Institutional Relations Manager of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Fernanda Baltazar. They have some news to share with us. And after these news, we're going to continue the panel. So let's see what's their big announcement this time, because it's the third announcement. Well, this announcement has everything to do with today's panel. Today, the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce is signing with the UN and with our moderator who is here to be a signatory to the UN's Global Compact. Fernanda has been working on that, Ms. Baltazar. Yes, you're right. And the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce is very happy about it. We've been talking about it for a while, and in this panel we see diversity and we see this connection between Brazil and the Arab countries. It is truly a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Mr. Carlo Pereira and the other panelists for being here and for being a part of such an important moment for the Chamber. This is a new step for us in Brazil and in the world. Yes, that's exactly right. That's why we wanted to take this opportunity during the panel. And since Mr. Carlos Pereira is here, shall we sign the document? Yes, of course. Let's sign the Global Compact from the United Nations. So please, Mr. Carlo Pereira, you can sign the document. By signing this agreement, we are once again showing this announcement from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Let's show the document that has been signed. Thank you very much, Mr. Hanun. It is an honor. Likewise. Yes, and this truly translates what the future will look like. Thank you very much, Ms. Baltazar. Thank you. Okay, let's move ahead with our event. We would like to thank Mr. Carlo Pereira for being in this panel. Unfortunately, he has other appointments, but our panel will continue. And now our moderator will be our Secretary General and CEO of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Tamer Mansour.
Good morning, Renata. Good morning, everyone. Once again, it's an honor for me to participate in such a rich panel. Honestly, I'm still learning as all of you, with all of you, and I will pay close attention to everything that's going to be said, as I did with the first two speakers, wonderful speakers. I would like to call Dr. Ali Adnan Ibrahim, the VP of Sustainability and Social Corporate Responsibility of the Al Baraka Bank from Bahrain. Good morning. Good afternoon, Dr. Ali.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor to be part of this great panel, and a huge thanks to and huge gratitude to the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for this hugely impactful event and hugely successful, which I can already see. I've already learned a lot from the interventions from before. Really love the metaphor of a Cuba tree. I would love to look it up more, and this is hugely relevant for the sustainability, and also linking up to the pick up the thread where my dear friend left it, and I think my friend Rodrigo was talking about the CFO, whether the CFO is going to be productive if it doesn't pay attention to the ESG and sustainability. And I would say even the CEO would be absolutely irrelevant if the right attention is not paid under his watch or her watch to the ESG and environmental risks. And the same goes for the board and the shareholders. I think now the awareness and the data that we already know, it's no longer about the management. It's everyone who needs to pay attention to this. And I think connecting with the previous moderator's comment on sustainability and halal, I think it's very synonymous because a lot of people who understand Islamic finance would say sustainability and halal are synonymous. They are not two different terms. Yes, halal and sustainable development goals are two different things, but sustainability and halal, they go hand in hand. Just to touch upon that a little bit more, one of the basic tenets of Islamic finance is encapsulated in this formula: minimizing the harm and maximizing the benefit. And this, if you unzip it, if you uncode it, you can really understand that any harmful thing to society, any harmful thing to nature, any harmful thing to the human being, would be non-compliant with Islamic finance. And the same way, anything that promotes life on Earth, anything that promotes life in any form, in any species, and anything that benefits the life of human beings, that is very much pro Islamic finance. So in that way, Islamic finance is absolutely synonymous with sustainability. So bringing this to the region, and I think my friend touched upon this very clear, in a very huge detail, and the global spread of sustainable finance, and also in the region how it is happening. And I absolutely second that. This is exactly, we are also seeing not only globally, but also in the region. We are present in 17 countries, almost all the countries in the MENA region. And we see that the regulators in the financial sector, they are paying close attention to that. The corporate regulators are paying close attention to that. The regulatory bodies which are regulating other industries, they are paying close attention to that. And if you look at the industries within the financial services sector, the industry bodies of the financial services sector, they are bringing up this topic over and over again at the board level. They have for instance, in Bahrain, the Bahrain Association of Banks has a Sustainable Development Committee. We have the same we see in Egypt, we see the same in Morocco, we see the same in UAE. And at the same time, the financial institutions, Rodriguez talked about the sovereign wealth funds, but also if you look at the regional and global banks, of course, they are gearing up for that. They have already made huge advances in that. And the regional financial institutions have already developed the asset class teams to look at this sector, and also now the risks teams are gearing up. The central banks are providing more and more careful attention to how are you calculating your risk and whether climate is part of that or not. So I think the journey that has started globally has already been there, and I think this has also increased in the region. So if you look at how some of the banks are doing so, for instance, let me share the example of Al Baraka Banking Group. When the Sustainable Development Goals were announced in 2015, September 25, In November that year, we made a pledge for Al Baraka goals, which is creating jobs, financing healthcare, financing education, and financing sustainable energy. We immediately went to our subsidiary banks in different countries and we asked them, give us the targets for the next 5 years. And they provided us their targets for the next 5 years, and we bundled them all together. So it came down to $832 million for the next 5 years, 2016 to 2020. And we, ever since, we have been measuring our subsidiaries, how much they have done on each target. So the jobs, healthcare, education, and sustainable energy. And I'm very pleased to report that we are meeting almost all of the targets 1 year ahead of time. And that way, we see that the other banks are also coming to the same field, and other banks also following the same trend in this regard. And now we are already working to have the next 5 year target, 2021 to 2025. And we are also looking to include maybe more sectors like circular economy, how we can support more agriculture finance, how we can create more nuances within the professional graduate programs. So all of that is very fascinating to see that the entire management of the bank, the board is involved, and we were one of the first banks in the region to have a board sustainability committee. So the board has been engaged. Our late chairman has been one of the pioneers of sustainability in the region, and also in the Islamic banking and finance. So and I think I would like to end on something that I'm very fascinated about, that in the entire journey of sustainability across the globe is looking like sustainability is the new digital. And sustainability is the new digital for two reasons. Sustainability is creating the urgency level, just like a few years ago, the digital created the urgency. And also it is very similar to digital in a way that the connectivity that it provides. Now the asset classes and the cooperation among the asset classes it's going to happen very soon. Already the asset managers across the world are looking for new pipeline. And the new pipeline is going to come from everywhere else in the world. So it's not just going to be OECD countries, it's going to be Asia, it's going to be Africa, it's going to be Middle East, it's going to be MENA. So I think this has the potential of making the new huge connectivity across the globe and connecting the regions in such a fine way, in such a socially responsible way, in such an ethical way. I think this has the potential to make our world much better than we already have. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ali Ibrahim, thank you so much. Excellent explanation. We are all learning about Muslim economy and Islamic finance. Quick comments I would like from you. Could you please explain a bit of the difference between Islam finance and regular finance that are practiced in standard banks?
And I think it's this question that we come across every day almost when we are talking to external stakeholders. So Islamic finance is different from conventional finance in so many different ways. So first of all, the regular finance provides the money and then charges the rent for the use of it primarily. So Islamic finance does not do that. In Islamic finance, one can only exchange an asset, sell an asset. So there has to be an asset that is being exchanged, and then the price being charged on the profit of the asset. So if there is no underlying asset, the pure lending of the money does not happen. So it can happen, but you cannot receive any profit on that or any interest on that. So that's why there's a huge instrument of the interest-free loans, which is being used as a development finance instrument by the banks, by other institutions. So if you look at the investment banking side, how the Islamic investment banks operate, first of all, if an Islamic investment bank wants to invest in stocks, for instance, they apply a test called line of business test. So the line of business test screens out all the harmful asset classes and then only makes the asset universe which is ethical and responsible. And then the second test that is applied, that is called the debt to equity ratio test. So if an institution is hugely leveraged, is a huge debt, so debt to equity ratio is high, that means it's also will be ruled out. And also the third test would be that if the institution whose securities are to be purchased, whether they have any un-Islamic debt or not. So if the un-Islamic debt amount is huge and they are paying interest to a greater quantity, usually more than 5 to 7%, that would also be screened out. So that's where the remaining universe becomes much more responsible. And I saw that Rodrigo's mentioned the concept of fewer liabilities in terms of the ESG institutions. And that's exactly where Islamic finance has always been aligned, screening out the most ethical, the most responsible companies, and that's the alignment that has always existed.
Perfeitamente. Na realidade, eu tô com tanta...
Sir, I miss Bahrain so much. I'm going to ask you even one more question. Regarding the banks and the finances, we understand that these are much more practical people. 1 + 1 = 2. But in the pandemic that hit hard on the social side and this human aspect that we have to preserve human beings, how have the banks, and especially the Baraka Bank, have adopted the social side as to its employees and clients? Were there renegotiations? Were there periods of grace? How did you deal with all?
Yeah, thank you, and you're most welcome to visit Bahrain as soon as it is convenient to you. We would love to have you here. Thank you. And I think we were very fortunate to have a very accommodating regulator. And I think, we didn't really have to fall back on social responsibility. The governments and the regulators, they were already very conscious of the fact, and they encouraged us to not to call defaults. And this is also something the Islamic banks do not usually do very easily. Usually they try to give more time, which is inbuilt within the agreement. So I think we made recourse to that. We allowed our customers to take some more time until they are ready to pay. At the same time, the regulator was very supportive, and in a way that it's something which is mutually done to preserve the market, and the banks are helping us, and the regulator is also encouraging the banks to do that. That not only in Bahrain, but also in all the countries that we have. The regulators have taken the lead, and Islamic banks and conventional banks, I think, we haven't seen this economic crisis turn into the financial crisis just because the regulators have always been very supportive, and they want the absence of default from day one. They were able to see that from previous crises. They had an idea how the economic crisis could snowball into a financial crisis. So I think that's where the banks, Islamic banks, and the regulators and the governments have been working together to help the businesses continue working at the same time without impairing the bank's P&Ls.
Obrigado, doutora.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. It was an honor to share with you this panel. We might see each other face to face very soon, God willing. I share now and invite Mr. Sami Podlubny, the head of Debt and Capital Markets Advisor in Latin America for KPMG, majored in the Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro. Good morning, Mr. Podlubny. Good morning. Can you hear me well? Extremely well, sir. Wonderful, wonderful. I first thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak at such an important event. My presentation will be focused on the ESG topic, but I will, considering it is my area of responsibility at KPMG and a bit of my background in investment banking my whole life, I will highlight more on capital markets and operations that are for investment and loans for what is called in the marketplace as green bonds, social bonds, or sustainable bonds. Obviously, my colleagues that spoke before me touched upon the huge volume of money at the global level that is being ever more dedicated, seeking opportunities that are socially and environmentally sustainable. So we have direct investments when we talk about large sovereign funds, specific funds, and occasionally they can go directly into ESG projects. But today I want to focus maybe a bit more on capital markets, because at the end of the day, the volume of money is much greater, of transactions, the volume of transactions is much greater, and it does reflect the discussion we've been having here. I'm going to try to speak briefly, 7 to 10 minutes that I have been granted, and if we need later we can go into questions. But just moving on, the capital markets abroad works along the lines of financing or investing in companies and projects. So we have this classification of green, social, sustainable bonds. What's the difference? Green bond is a kind of issuing that is sold to investors that provides some specific and clear benefit, which later will be verified. You have to verify not just the eligibility beforehand, but there will be the governance and oversight to see if that money that was branded as green is truly fulfilling its role. After that, this has to be made public to investors because they're buying that security, or they're investing in a company based on the principle that will be an environmental counterpart for the investment. The green bonds, the volume of green bonds has been growing on a yearly basis, adding to what our previous speaker mentioned. It started a few years ago, and now it's becoming stronger. 2019, $250 billion of emissions in the international capital markets for green bonds, a growth of about 50% over figures of 2 or 3 years before. Beyond green bonds, we've got, and this is a bit more recent, social bonds. These are not environmental impacts that are measured, but social impacts. So when in green bonds we talk about energy efficiency, decreasing emissions, sustainable management, with social bonds, the factors are others. Projects that are focused to low income, dwellings and housing, making credit available to the population, projects that have some impact on education and universal health. These are not rated as green bonds, they're rated as social bonds. When there's the combination of both, when they call sustainable bonds, and then we've got a combination of the two factors. Maybe the easiest example is basic sanitation. Populations that don't have that right because there's a clear environmental impact, water treatment and effluents. At the same time, you improve the quality of life of such a population that did not have treated water and sanitation works. So as I mentioned, all of this has to go through a process. You have to check on eligibility, if they conform, if they comply with the principles that the guiding principles. You could have small variations there, but which projects are or are not classified as green, sociable, and sustainable? We have the ICMA, the International Association, and of course, countries, as they perform operations in their domestic markets, they tend to use the same principles or adopt their own legislation, but similar, that the ICMA proposes. What's interesting, it was also mentioned by a speaker before me, green or social bonds are not a subsidy. It's not because you've got a green bond stamp. That's why somebody's going to loan you money substantially cheaper, or you can run an operation that from the commercial or economic point of view doesn't make sense. Just because it's green, you're going to get it. No, that's not the underlying rationale. Occasionally, there might be multilateral funds that might have some more specific agenda, and you've got an operation with a unique situation. But when we talk about capital markets, investors want to analyze if that project, if that bond makes sense economically, if it's going to generate cash to pay back, if the interest rate is adequate to the company or project risk rate, and at the same time that they're looking at the eligibility and governance of environmental and social aspects of such a bond. What's interesting, and despite what I said, I'm going to be very clear, the price of assets should be equivalent or similar to an asset that's not green or not social. On the other hand, as we've got a great amount of money seeking socially impacting investments, ESG, what I suggest is that there should be a cost reduction. It's not because you're issuing a bond, you're going to start issuing a bond domestically or internationally. You've got an expected rate, depending on a number of variables. You recommend a rate, or you seeking out but depending on the demand for such a security, you can occasionally reduce the rate. What the ESG and green and social bonds end up generating is that as you've got a large group of investors that are coming with ESG dedicated investment, you increase your investor base. And when you do that, you can reduce the rate at which you capture. We're not saying coming down from 8 to 5, but you have a bit of a compression with the rate, and major volumes of money on long term. Any 0.25, 0.5% is extremely significant. So when you look at all the reports, the research of the rate of the rate of green and social bonds pay, we see a compression when you compare to similar bonds or securities that don't have the vanilla bonds. They're not the regular securities. At the same risk level, the green bonds can get money cheaper and at greater volumes. So what's that to do with us? You know, we're talking about international markets. This is a movement that's been taking place much longer. In Brazil, the same way our capital markets in Brazil is still at a very prior stage when compared to the foreign capital markets abroad, this is also true for green and social bonds. We're just beginning the process of green and social operations. They're not bonds. We're talking about CRIs, debentures, but we're still taking the very first steps. Regulation is still being developed, but the trend, as everything, is that the same way that the market out there has developed itself and a significant share of businesses take place over green and social bonds, this will also happen with Brazilian markets in domestic operations. At the end of the day, we can't say exactly when, but the trend is that as more and more money from investors will be looking for socially aware investments, we've got the local market moving towards what the market abroad there. But how is the Brazilian market is buying into this? Is it growing? Is there expectation for growth? Are there Brazilian investors that seek out these two types or three types of bonds or funds in Brazil? Yes, it is growing. Again, we've got private investors, not necessarily the ones who are buying the securities that are sold in the capital markets, but we see more brokerage houses coming around with this proposition, with that principle of seeking environmentally and socially conscious securities. But our market is much smaller, and it's still, it increased its size significantly, but with the interest rates coming down, this huge universe of new investors who are, for the first time, they're not investing in government securities, and they're going for fixed income that's being sold by companies and projects. So as it is a recent process for us here, out there it's tens of years ahead of us, but our capital markets has been gaining speed, but we're not there yet. We don't have a green bond in Brazil the same way you have out there. It won't have a much different effect than a regular operation. But my take is that on the short, medium term, we will have an ever-growing effect on local operations as we have in foreign operations. Fantastic. Another question you mentioned about the governance and control of these bonds for investors. Which companies run this governance for the investors? The funds themselves, or the investors hire a third party, or the government? How does that work? Usually, the issuer, and that's part of the natural process. You can define beforehand or not what type of assessment, monitoring, and report for investors will be provided throughout the life of the operation. So there are specialized companies that provide that monitoring, this checking that projects that proposed to run those operations are truly happening within the guidelines that were defined. They will provide reports, and I can also define how often, if it's going to be quarterly, every 6 months, and the investors who bought or have that security when the report is then provided, they receive from the company, for example, a report on the figures, the balances, the economic moment of the companies. But there are specialized companies around the world that perform this kind of checking. And the issuer hires, but it's almost a requirement. So I'm going to issue a security. I'll have to know how it's being used, and how will you tell me? So it's a commercial, it's a trade relationship. It's part of the process. Perfect. As you are in charge of Latin America, I'd like to know which country is ahead of the game in Latin America in terms of the acquisition of these new funds. Is Brazil ahead? Are there other countries? Brazil does have a few companies that have gone out to run operations in international markets, which are classified as green and social bonds. One recent one in the pulp and paper industry. Mexico, the country itself, ran green bond operations. Some companies. Chile ran a sovereign operation for green bonds recently. I would say countries with a bit more of economic representation and a bit bigger countries have been working as global players, and they access the bonds market, both social and green. I would not say Brazil is ahead or behind. I would say those three are the ones that have more cases internationally to show. And the market in Mexico, domestic market, all have thriving domestic markets, but smaller. So I don't know if in the domestic market of each one, this is a topic that has gained traction. But each one of these countries, they have not only the federal sovereign government, but many companies that access international markets, both with green and social bonds. Wonderful, Mr. Sami Podlumni. Thank you for teaching us a bit of this, the field. This is most certainly the first of many talks that we will have you to learn even more. I call now Mr. Thomas Guerrero Blanco, the manager of Halal Trade and Marketing Center in the Dubai Free Zone. How are you, my friend?
I think it's mute.
I think you are muted, sir.
Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you again, Tamer. By the way, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Congratulations on the initiative, and thank you also for your invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today with all of you, representing the Halal Trade and Marketing Center, and trying to share some thoughts about how halal is contributing to sustainable development. As many of you already know, the halal market is growing so fast. According to the latest estimates, the Muslim population, 1.8 billion people, spent $2.2 trillion in 2018 across the sectors that are driven by Islamic values, such as food that must be halal, finance that must be Sharia compliant, or fashion that must be modest. This spending reflects a 5.2 percentage year-on-year growth, and is estimated to reach $3.2 trillion by 2024. Having said that, and coming back to the question or to the point related to how halal is contributing to the sustainable development, it's clear that based on the mentioned data, the halal industry has the power to make or break the movement for sustainable global production. Also that the halal concept has gone beyond the religious connotations of the term. And today is also, this term also means quality, sustainability, and healthiness. Proof of that is that halal today is also a concept that is increasingly associated with tayyib, which refers to everything that is good for human beings, for the people, for Muslims and non-Muslims in the world. For all this reason, it's not a big surprise that, according to a recent study made by the asset management firm Arabesque, the halal certified companies or the Sharia compliant businesses perform much better than the non halal companies ones on a large number of environmental, social, and governance topics. Especially, this study found that these companies score better than non-halal companies in 19 out of 22 environmental, social, and corporate governance categories aligned with the ESG's goals. In general, this study shows that the halal certified companies were awarded with the ISG scores close to 7.8% higher than the non-halal compliant ones. Well, the difference is especially prominent in terms of governance, but not that prominent in environmental and social factors. Even so, for the vast majority of the ESG goals, Sharia compliance or halal certified companies outperform the non-halal certified ones, most strongly in the areas of labor rights, human rights, environmental management, and also water use. Despite this, there is obviously still a number of areas for the halal industry to improve. For example, in areas such as environmental solutions, community relations, or corporate governance, where, for example, the study analyzed said that the halal certified or Sharia compliant companies are underperforming the non halal certified ones. Well, even so, it's clear that since the nature of the halal certified companies, since the nature of the Sharia values, principles, and guidelines place a stronger emphasis on sustainability, social responsibility, and governance, we could become the halal industry into a global reference for producing healthy, ethical, as well as sustainable products, thereby helping to achieve compliance with ECGs and therefore to make our world better for everyone.
Perfeito, Thomas. Tenho várias perguntas realmente referente ao halal e a sustentabilidade. O halal hoje como um logo, uma garantia para a sustentabilidade, para a garantia da qualidade, para a garantia da questão religiosa. Eu acho que tudo isso que você mencionou faz parte da sinergia do ESG/halal. Mas eu tenho uma pergunta referente ao consumidor final, referente ao cara que compra os produtos halal da prateleira ou da loja ou da onde estiver. Esse papel, ele já está começando a ser implantado também na mentalidade do consumidor muçulmano? Ser governante do halal, ser o exigidor de que a governança, de que a ESG no halal tem que estar junto com as regras islâmicas e religiosas?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. The great thing is that Muslims and sometimes also non-Muslim consumers are demanding and consuming halal goods. In the non-Muslim majority countries, such as Brazil, or for example, in countries such as European ones, such as UK or France, we are starting to perceive how also the non-Muslim consumers are starting to buying halal goods. As I mentioned, halal goes beyond the religious term. For Muslims and non-Muslims today, halal also means quality, as you already mentioned, also means sustainability and healthiness. For this reason, for example, coming back to the non-Muslims people or consumers demanding and looking for halal products, it's clear that they perceive halal as something good for them when, for example, consumers from the bio or healthy sector decide to buy halal products because they think, they believe that halal is also good for their health. And yeah, for this reason, as you mentioned, usually we try to how to say, to associate halal with the, obviously, with the certification, with the religious part of the concept. But today, as I mentioned, we are starting to see how also non-Muslim people are consuming this type of goods because they also believe that halal is something good for them, something good for their health, and something good for the human being.
Perfeito, Thomas. Obrigado. Espero que dá tempo para mais uma pergunta no final, porque realmente o tema é muito...
Time for one more question in the end, because this is a very interesting topic. So thank you, Mr. Blanco. Now let me talk to Mr. Dallari from Natura. Can you hear me, Mr. Dallari? Mr. Paulo Dallari, can you hear me? Well, I think his mic is on mute. That may be the case. So let me ask you a question. Right now, Natura is a role model not only in Brazil but in the world. And we should take into account that Natura is a Brazilian company and Brazil is in charge of the Amazon region. So that leads us to conclude that Natura is a big role model and they put ESG in practice better than anyone else. I think they are a very good example for the whole world. So do you have any tips for Arab companies that would like to adopt the ESG model for cosmetics? Or do you have any tips for Arab companies that would like to get into this industry in Brazil? And let's think about the information that people see on the media, because oftentimes, because of the media, investors are a little bit confused about investing in Brazil. How do you think Natura, as a leader in this industry, could help Arab investors? Well, I think my peers have said a lot about how important it is to use ESG concepts and items of sustainability in a very integrated way. Someone even said that it needs to go into the bloodstream of a company, and it can't be something external, or it can't just be a value that does not translate into action. So if we think about the history that Natura has had and how it got to this point, throughout the year, Natura has applied concepts of sustainability in its whole business chain when developing any product. So these are principles not only for a certain department, a certain product, or a certain line. These are values for the whole company, and they are used in the relationships we hold with our employees, our suppliers, our communities, and our consumers. I think that's why our 2030 vision is so strong when it comes to sustainability. We have a commitment towards life, and we want to embrace 100% of everyone who is around us. These are targets and goals and commitments that are not related to a specific item. They are imbued in the whole company structure, and they encompass every sector. It is also important to say that in Brazil we have a large network of business communities and business initiatives to fight for sustainability. This movement has been growing. Of course, we talk about ESG and sustainability, but all of that also has to do with things that have been happening in Brazil and the concerns that we have in the production sector here. So these are some paths that companies interested in coming to Brazil could explore a little bit. We also have the Global Compact, to which we are signatories. Our fellow panelist, Mr. Carlo Pereira, was here to represent it, and this could be a good option for companies to come into Brazil respecting our sustainability and respecting our environment. We have a lot of things happening here, and we have leaders in civil society that are working together. Now, if we think about what companies can do, I think our best tip for you is to get your whole supply chain involved and to keep fostering dialogue with every stakeholder of every step along the way. We need to involve everything when it comes to conversations about sustainability. That includes suppliers, the government, business people, the competition, consumers. We need to look at the whole chain, and we need to figure out who's making a difference there. We also need to embed in our culture and organizational processes all of these social and environmental values. This is the biggest contribution that Natura can make due to its history. And of course, later I could talk about more details on this plan. We have a lot of information about this commitment towards life. It should really be used as an example. Certainly. Thank you very much. We have a lot of questions here. And we are even going to send some questions to you later. And maybe you could answer one of them in the chat. And we could add to the final report of this forum, because this is a question we always get. People ask, when is Natura going to have a halal certificate? And when is Natura going into Arab countries for real? So just think about it. And then we can write this answer in the chat and in the final report. Now I have a question for Mr. Tavares and for Mr. Ibrahim. Do you think Brazil is ready to receive Arab and Islamic investments when it comes to ESG? Do you think our environment is ready for these investors from the Arab countries? And are Arabs and Islamic funds ready to invest in Brazil through Islamic finances? What do you think? Let's start with Mr. Rodrigo Tavares. Let me answer that quickly. Yes. And before I fully answer this question, I just want to stress how important it is to have Natura and the Al Baraka Bank represented here through our friends Ali Ibrahim and Mr. Paulo Dallari. Because oftentimes, when we can't see things and when we have closed groups of people, we end up not knowing what to do. And to find the light, we just need to find people who have a lighter. And sometimes in sustainability, we feel like we are alone in the dark, and we need to find leaders in this market to help us innovate. And of course, Natura, both in Brazil and abroad, and the Al Baraka Group are two institutions that have a lighter, and they have been lighting our way so that we are more innovative. They have been helping us with the world of sustainable finances. I just wanted to underline the importance of having these organizations on this panel, along with the other organizations, of course. So let me answer your question. Yes, Brazil is ready to attract ESG investments. But we have some homework to do. So if you imagine that Brazil is a financial asset, Brazil offers a number of opportunities in fixed income, variable income, bonds, real estate. And of course, foreign investors, as I said a while back ago, are going to look at the quality of these assets, but they are also going to analyze the ESG traits of these assets. The better they are in ESG, the higher the likelihood of these investors coming to Brazil. Brazil has made a lot of strides in ESG, but we still have a lot to do. We have to accelerate this process in the upcoming years so that Brazil is in the international investment radar. As I said, 1/3 of the capital market only invest according to ESG principles, and this market is growing by 20% year over year. So in Brazil, we have sovereign debt bonds. We have investments in private equity or public equity, and we need to quickly improve the ESG quality of these investments if we want to become competitive. Perfect. Mr. Ali Ibrahim, what do you think?
Answered almost all the aspects. There's nothing for me to add. And to be asked after somebody so scholarly and illustrious, it's being a very tough spot. So I think, but I think I would just quickly add, your question has two aspects, whether the Islamic investors are ready or not. I think they are already investing. The trade relationship with the Muslim world and Brazil on the halal side, it's already happening. For instance, the halal meat that comes from Brazil, I think that is all. Brazil is one of the largest supplier, if I'm not mistaken, of halal meat, particularly to one of the most famous brands in the Middle East. So, for instance, if you look at the fried chicken brand in Saudi Arabia, Al Bik, they're huge importers of halal meat from Brazil. So that is just one example. There's so many others which is already happening. The other part is the Islamic banks and financing from Brazil, and I think that is also a question of time. And just like if you see United Kingdom was able to attract Islamic financing at the global level. They looked at the regulatory regime, they looked at the ecosystem, the enabling legal framework. I think as soon as the enabling legal framework and regulatory framework is ready, we'll see a lot of Islamic banks financing the deals, and then you will see that connectivity happening. And if you look at, as I mentioned before, the Islamic banks do take the asset risk. They have to book the asset on the balance sheet before they can sell it. Otherwise, they cannot make the profit on that. So based on that, there are different regulatory treatments. And that's what the region in the Middle Eastern region and particularly UK is cognizant of that. So there are different Sharia and legal standards which help provide the additional regulatory regime for the Islamic banks and financial institutions. So I think once we have that ecosystem in place, it's just a question of time.
Perfeitamente.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Ibrahim. That was a great explanation. We visited the Al Baraka Bank and we visited Bahrain. And I always say that when we visited Bahrain in March, I think, we met with the VPs of the Al Baraka Bank, and we say that Bahrain is getting more and more back to the position of a financial hub. And this financial hub, within the environment that we live today in Brazil and in the Arab countries, is ripe. It is ready to start communicating to investors, private funds, and public funds. I think that from now on, we'll have a lot of work happening between Islamic banks, especially the Al Baraka Bank, and the private funds. Maybe the private and public funds as well. Why not? Before we wrap this up, I would like to thank everyone for being here. And thank you very much for teaching me so much about finances. I didn't know what I was talking about when we started this panel, but now I have learned a lot. It's also very important for the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce to be a part of the Global Compact. I think this initiative will take the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and its procedures to another level. Once again, I would like to thank our board for accepting this document and for starting a new era as far as ESG is concerned. Thank you very much and enjoy your afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Mansour. I'll see you back again in a bit because we have a number of special guests here today. And this panel was really interesting. Once again, we would like to thank all of the panelists because their comments have brought us ideas and insights about the topic of environmental, social, and corporate governance. We saw interesting examples by Natura and by the other spokespeople here. And now we are going to have our CEO talk. And today, it is a pleasure for us to talk to BRF's Global CEO, Mr. Nogueira Luz. Hi, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here with you. Yes, good morning in Brazil and good afternoon in the world. We also have the president of P World, Mr. Dallas Hampton.
Hi, good morning or afternoon. My name's Dallas Hampton.
Wonderful. Now, this conversation will be moderated by the Director of Investments of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Daniel Hanan. Welcome, Mr. Hanan. Good morning. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So let's start another CEO talk. This is a very special moment in the Arab-Brazilian Economic Forum. I would like to thank Mr. Luz for being here, Mr. Hampton for being here. We're very happy to have all of you here. Now, ESG has been gaining more and more momentum in the corporate world because consumers are more and more demanding. They want companies to be accountable for what they do. I would like these speakers to talk a little bit about the ESG practices that they have in their companies. So let's start with Mr. Dallas Hampton from DP World.
Okay, thank you. For those who don't know us, DP World is a diversified port, maritime and logistics provider. We have a portfolio of 80 operating marine and inland terminals supported by over 50 related businesses in 40 countries across 6 continents. And we have a significant presence in both high growth and mature markets. DP World aims to be essential to the future of global trade, ensuring everything we do has a long-lasting and positive impact on economies and society. Okay. We'll run through my short presentation, and then I have a video from our chairman, Mr. Sultan bin Sulayem. So just on the community strategy for DP World, our strategy guides the delivery of our community engagement, one of our 7 key responsible business practices under our World, Our Future strategy. The community development strategy that we use is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's a 2-part strategy consisting of community stakeholder engagement that guides us on how best to engage with community members in the areas in which we operate, helps formalise the process of engaging with community members, and creates a 2-way dialogue in which community members' opinions are respected and valued. The second part of our strategy involves community investment. It guides us to strategically invest in communities through partnership and alignment with sustainable development goals. It helps us to track progress on our KPIs and targets, and it ensures we're progressing on our global Sustainable Development Goals agenda. The main focus areas for our corporate and social agenda are education, health, oceans, wildlife protection, and emergency relief. An important part of our agenda is also diversity, diversity amongst our workforce. In 2019, we updated our community investment system to start measuring beneficiaries by gender, to ensure we understand the gender split across programs and to better manage our approach to social corporate governance overall. To ensure that females remain a focus of our community activities over the coming 10 years, we're setting targets to support them through our community investment programs. In Brazil, an example of our corporate social program in action is in relation to 4 areas. On the environment, since 2006, DP World has invested nearly 12 million in the local currency for the conservation of natural resources. More than 30 projects dedicated to preserving flora and fauna in the region of Santos. Actions include rescuing and donating more than 35,000 plants, reusing biomass and plant waste, as well as rescuing and relocating wildlife. On community initiatives, 3 million local currency invested through tax incentive programs, stimulating sports, education, and citizenship in the city of Santos. On education, we have invested 6 million reais to benefit around 13,000 students from 30 municipal schools with the renewal of libraries and implementation of technology centres with new computers, hardware and software. On volunteering activities, our workforce has contributed over 2,000 hours to date, focused on supporting NGOs, hospitals, emergency relief, charity and others in the local community. To finish my presentation, I just have a short video, a couple of minutes, that I would like to play. It's a message from the DP World Chairman, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, that was delivered recently in relation to the Expo 2020 in Dubai but it is on the topic of DP World's corporate community strategy. So if we could play that now.
We are happy to partner with Expo in biodiversity and climate change. This aligns with our sustainability strategy, making a better future for everyone. And we'll be addressing sustainable goals. We're committed to tackling today's challenges. Our carbon strategy, we wanted to be carbon neutral by 2050. Educating young people on the environmental challenges, we have many programs and plans to educate the next generation on environmental issues and how we tackle them and how we make sure that our environment is protected and safe. The health of the oceans are very important for us, not only just as a business, but also as a human being. We are committed on the initiative of IMO to protect the ocean from the dangerous fuels that are used by vessels. Oceans are vital for the humanity to keep the ocean clean and healthy. We have invested in growing mangrove. In Ecuador, we already grew 150,000 mangrove trees. And we're looking at other programs in Africa and other parts of the world. Our people also are donating and working to clean the beaches from plastic and debris. And we spent last year 10,000 hours cleaning beaches. We want to stop illegal trafficking of wildlife. We are committed to support many organizations who are working so hard to stop this throughout the world, such as United for Wildlife. We're proud to announce partnership with Zoological Society of London. We have to act now to stop trafficking and have a refuge for animals around the world. This is the age of the mind. Education is what's going to skill the young people to be leaders and problem solvers. We are committed for many programs around the world in over 45 countries to educate 2 million young people by 2030. Logistics is a very important field, and that is our core business. And we are happy to announce that after Expo is over, our pavilion will be used for training, education, and innovation of young leaders in the logistics field, which is something that there is nothing like it in the world. Together we can tackle today's issues. We are proud to support Expo on these initiatives, and we work together to ensure that these initiatives produce the result we all want.
Obrigado, Sr. Hampton. Thank you, Mr. Hampton, for your presentation. Now I invite Mr. Lorival Luz, the CEO of BRF, for his presentation. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to congratulate everyone for the success of this economic forum. It brings us closer, ever closer, this relationship amongst our nations. I'd like to talk a bit about BRF. We are present in the market over 50 years, so it's a long partnership, long relationship, very strong and committed with sustainable relationship and all of the sustainability and environmental goals that we have. Another important factor, since 2014, we have been building a factory we have in Abu Dhabi, where we invested $160 million and absolutely sustainably now for the entire region. Just as an example, with the commitment of BRF with sustainability comes from a long time. The factory that started in 2014 is all focused on these goals. So today, 100% of the water that is utilized there is 100% reutilization water, reuse water, absolutely sustainable. BRF also has all of the ESG aspects, sustainability, deep-rooted within our culture. Just for you to have an idea, this is also comes. It's not something recent. We were the first company to issue the green bonds back in 2015. First company in Latin America to issue that kind of bond. We are the only company, only food company that is part of the ESG index of corporate sustainability in the Brazilian stock market, and it emphasizes our commitment. It highlights our commitment. Additionally, we have initiatives and commitments with the entire arena of ESG. I'll go briefly. These are 10 initiatives. First of them, we are already part of the UN's Global Compact since 2017, aligning our entire strategy, all of our operations, with commitments involving all of the goals and sustainable development that seeps through all of our initiatives, all of our operations, whether in Brazil, abroad. They're addressed with that in mind. As you know, our company, we have 90,000 employees, 10,000 integrated farmers and ranchers. We establish a partnership for technology in the farm. We call it Agri-BRF, where all farmers have remote access to information about storage, production, warehousing, following the sustainability goals. In our operations, in our plants, we also have what we call the operational excellence system, where we have routines and procedures with indicators for environmental sustainability incorporated in the plants, in our operations. And they're part of our management model, even when assessing goal achievements for employees. Additionally, we also have animal welfare initiatives. We have already done away with all growth hormones and antibiotics. It's just an example of what's been done. We've got partnerships with NGOs as the World Animal Protection, and trying to be ahead of the game of these initiatives in that arena. We also have initiatives focused on greenhouse emissions. This is something we've been doing for some time. We have a detailed inventory of our emissions, and we have been recognized with the golden stamp of the Brazilian GHG protocol program that certifies the quality of what we do. Another important topic, which is the rational use of power, energy. 93% of power consumption in BRF today comes from renewable sources. It is a commitment we have as a company, and we will be expanding that in the coming years, even with our own generation. That's also part of our plan. Also for sustainability, we have a strong commitment with forests in something like 8 states, we have 31,000 hectares of forests that are a source of renewable energy for us and supporting climate regulation and CO2 storage. So initiatives such as this one we already have and will be expanding. Also for the grains supply chain, it's an important input. We have a rigorous, detailed control and internal procedures following the environmental legislation and forestry preservation.
Posso continuar?
There was someone speaking in the back channel. I apologize. So we have control to ensure that all the grains, everything that is acquired by the company, falls within the procedures, complies with the guidelines of regulations, ensuring best sustainable management practice of our supply chain. Now, as for water, as I mentioned, an extremely important example is what we have in Abu Dhabi. There's the reutilization of 100% of the treated water. It's about 72,000 cubic meters. And we do that diligently. More recently, we launched a platform called ECHO. It's available for everyone, all stakeholders, our consumer society as a whole. The goal is to foster we don't want to have food wasted, so we provide recipes, provide advice on how people can reduce food waste for society as a whole. These are examples of initiatives that BRF has worked on, has expanded upon, and emphasizing and highlighting our commitment to sustainability. And without a shadow of a doubt, that is extremely important and relevant. It is part of our culture and our company's commitments. That's just a brief introduction, just an overview of the initiatives we have ongoing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Logival. Congratulations to both companies for the initiatives. That's how we can build a better world. I would like to move forward with the discussion. Question over to Mr. Hampton. Professor Rebecca Henderson from Harvard in Reimagining Capitalism.
Defende que inclui as
He supports that the carbon emissions, you mentioned your goals to going down to zero emissions, that should be included in balance sheets, companies' balance sheets. That would be a sine qua non condition to commit the corporate world to bring those figures down. I would like to know how DP World measures and reports positive or negative impacts, and what are the current policies of the company? You've mentioned that the goal is to bring it down to...
I will answer in English, please, if you don't mind. I do speak some Portuguese, but not the best for this forum. DP World has recognised that we have an opportunity to lead our industry and be seen as a global leader in carbon reduction, which means we have had to develop a long-term carbon and energy reduction strategy to transition to a low or zero carbon vision. In 2019, the DP World Group established and issued new environmental management standards based on and benchmarked with ISO, the principles of ISO 14001. And we have a long-term commitment to reduce our emissions across our global portfolio through electrification of our equipment, improving our operational efficiencies, adopting and utilising renewable energy and alternative fuels. Currently, we require all of our businesses to report their total carbon emissions on a monthly basis. And even though our business grows significantly year on year, we have a commitment to become carbon neutral by the year 2050. Thank you.
Eu que agradeço.
Now I ask Mr. Lorival from BRF. You've touched upon the topic, sir. If you could go a bit deeper. One of the great concerns of corporate society is environmental sustainability. There are some companies that are very much aware of that and focused on. You said there is such a focus, but I'd like to know a bit of how it works in terms of your suppliers. Their good practices, their best practices. How does that work in BRF? How do you monitor, if you please? Alrighty. Thank you for the question. Today, in our entire production chain that you know well, it is a lengthy chain. We have something like 37,000 partners, suppliers, spread out throughout the country. So we've created a monitoring program for the entire chain that is done at different steps or stages where we measure and require commitments from all of these suppliers. We monitor that, as I've mentioned, both from the environmental side as the integrity and ethical practices, which is a paramount commitment to us. So the sustainability topic, the quality agenda, safety are non-negotiable for us. This is taken extremely seriously in all chains of our, in all steps of our chain. And this is demonstrated and recognized, as I mentioned recently. BRF is the only company from the food industry that is part of the Brazilian exchange index, the ESG, the green index. So with all of these actions and initiatives, they have been validated, they have been proven, and we've shown that they are monitored. No doubt, with the partnerships that we have with the many organizations, they help us to streamline these practices. The program that we have today is, no doubt, ensures us that we have the entire chain, a long commitment, not just with sustainability, but with best practices of integrity and ethical principles regarding our entire chain. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to ask another question to Mr. Hampton. When DP World came to Brazil, did you had to make adaptations in your ESG practices? What was that?
That our DP World Santos terminal has become a reference for other port development projects in Brazil. Due to the way that we prepared our environmental management plan. To give you an idea, 50% of our marine terminal area, consisting of mangroves and sandbanks, has been preserved. This area of about 500,000 square metres corresponds to about 6 Maracanã football stadiums. Another important matter, I think I mentioned before, is that DP World in Brazil has invested since 2006 around 12 million reais in more than 30 socio-environmental projects. It became very clear to us when we came to Brazil, when we entered Brazil for this project, that Brazil and certainly the authorities that we are involved with take the issue of environmental protection very seriously. So therefore, we did need to adapt, and we needed to understand the importance of this aspect when developing our terminal. The socio-environmental projects that I mentioned have reduced the impact of, we believe, have reduced the impact of human activities, our activities, on natural resources, and have contributed to the conservation of the region's fauna and flora. The estuary of the Port of Santos is a very important area for marine life in general. We have a total of 16 programs in operation for the conservation of the natural resources and environmental quality around our development in the Port of Santos. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, once again. Mr. Logival, you mentioned that BRF has 90,000 employees approximately. I'd like to ask you a question that is a bit connected to the pandemic. The pandemic has affected social governance of companies a bit. Employers are looking more carefully to their social side, trying to balance work balance. Some workers have children who are not going to school. They have to juggle with all of that. How has BRF tried to cater to this demand of so many of your employees? It has been, is and has been a challenge to all of us. We've got, as you mentioned, some 90,000 employees spread throughout Brazil and abroad. We have 10,000 integrated farmers and ranchers, a number of professionals who work closely with us. From the beginning, BRF took a stand and an attitude where we prioritized employee health and protection. We put that as the number one factor in priority, their health and their safety. That was the guiding principle of all of our decisions, whether with support. We were one of the first companies to announce a donation program to all cities and municipalities where we have activities, donation of over 50 million reais to hospitals, daycare centers, society as a whole. We also ran protection initiatives to ensure production so that we would not have a shortage of products for our clients and even for exports, even Arab country exports, Arab countries. So there were a number of initiatives. I would like to highlight a few, if I may. We have performed about 120,000 COVID tests in our manufacturing plants and offices to make sure everybody were tested, properly documented, guiding our active search of employees. And so right in the beginning, we implemented a procedure of leave for those professionals in risk groups or who had any contact with people who had been infected. That reached about 10,000 employees, which had us hiring 6,000 new temporary employees because of this paid leave of 10,000 employees. Focusing on health protection, we distributed over 4 million masks to all employees and those who also live close to these employees. We improved their uniforms, including fabric masks. This added something like 230,000 tons of equipment that had to be sanitized every month, and also equipment that we spread for employees and partners. Hired over 500 people to help with sanitizing our plants to ensure an absolutely healthy work environment. We doubled our transportation fleet for employee transport so that they could have appropriate conditions of commuting to work. So these are a few initiatives that actions that the company took, focusing on health maintenance, producing quality products with all the necessary safety, making sure that we could continue producing and catering to our clients. Our commitment is to our clients, respecting our employees, and making that as an absolute priority. Throughout the whole first half of the year, the company invested in COVID initiatives. Some were in the ballpark of 250 million reais. I can say that BRF was very careful, working with zeal towards our employees. And based on recent survey, over 95% of our employees felt truly cared for, well informed, based on the procedures we took. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Mr. Lorival, Mr. Hampton, thank you so much for taking part. Renata, you have the floor. Thank you so much for this rich discussion, such an important discussion, the ESG topic that is brought to us when Lorival brings to us bringing and aligning what the company has done throughout this period. This has been extremely relevant. And when he says that Abu Dhabi preserves and makes use of treated water, reused water, this is what brings this wealth to the ESG topic. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Hanun. Thank you. So now we're going to go to a quick break, but before, I'd like to invite everyone to visit our virtual expo, our sponsors of this economic forum, and they're all there in the platform. Therefore, you will be able to get to know the booths, talk to the companies, and get to know what's new, and have full access to the full research of Arab immigration in Brazil. Now, I will leave you with a video that will talk a bit more about this experience and about our sponsors. And in 30 minutes, we will be right back with our live program.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualità Group. Qualità Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history, looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualità Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
O Porto do Itaqui cresce junto com o Maranhão. Movimenta toda a cadeia produtiva do corredor centro-norte do Brasil. Automação das operações, implantação de novas tecnologias e sucessivos recordes. Isso é Porto do Itaqui. Isso é Maranhão.
Há mais de 30 anos, a Sedial Halal atua com certificação halal de alta qualidade, humana e consciente. Somos a empresa com o maior número de categorias para certificação aqui no Brasil. Aproveite, acesse nosso site e obtenha o seu certificado.
Looking to expand in a new territory, in a state-of-the-art business park.
Welcome back. This is the very last day of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Here we have the manager for institutional affairs from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Fernanda Baltazar, and the president of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens Hanan. And I told you this was going to be a special day, didn't I? We've had so many news so far. That is true. Great news for everyone. That's great. This is the very last day of our event. And we're a little sorry about it because it's been great, but we've accomplished so much. And now we're going to sign another important agreement. We have already partnered up, actually, but now we're going to have a stronger partnership. Isn't that right, Fernanda? That is correct. It's an honor for us to sign this agreement with the Egyptian market. And as mentioned by Mr. Hanan, we already have some partnerships in place in the textile industry and the Destination Africa trade show. And we are eager to expand this partnership and work with other industries. So yeah, this is a pleasure for us. It's great to make it official. And now, since we have an office in Cairo, we're going to work closely, more closely than ever. And we're sure we're going to be able to expand businesses in Brazil and in South America, because we're signing the Mercosur and Egypt agreement. That is correct. And here we have Mr. Khaled El Mikad. He's going to say a few words before we sign the agreement. This is such a great project, a great agreement, isn't it? The floor is yours, Mr. Mikad.
Thank you very much, and it's really an honor to join and to cooperate with the Brazilian Arab Chamber. And I do thank Mr. Rubens Hanan for this opportunity, and we look forward to be the enabler of the bilateral trade between Egypt and Brazil, and also act as the bridge market information between both countries. We see an immense of opportunity, and especially now that after we signed the Mercosur agreement, so it is a very good opportunity for the Egyptian exports to the Mercosur countries. And I think we have increased our exports in the last, in this current year, to more than 100%. And we look forward to do that also. But also, we will be working with the Brazilian companies who are interested to come to our country, and not only in Egypt, but also from Egypt going together with Egyptian partners to the African continent. So that's what we aim for, and we look to do that. And again, I really thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber for doing this virtual conference, especially now in this new era of digital transformation, which ExpoLink already took the initiative of transforming to the digital direction. All of our services now is going to be digital provided on a digital platform to all our members, as well as to the international market. So it's a great opportunity, and we look forward to work successively with our new partner, the Brazil Arab Chamber of Commerce. Thank you again, Mr. Hanan, and thank you everybody, and thank to Fernanda and Christian for making this MOU happen. I'm ready to sign it if Mr. Hanan is also ready to do that.
Exato, então agora eu convido os senhores a assinarem o memorando de entendimento entre a Egyptian
between the Egyptian Exporters Association and the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. You may sign the MOU right now. All right, let us show the MOU to everyone so we can take a beautiful picture to remember this moment. This is a very special moment for us at the 4th day of the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. Thank you very much, Mr. President Hanan. Fernanda would like to say something? Yeah, this is a very special moment for us. Since we have the Mercosur and Egypt agreement, makes things easier, as Mr. Elmikat mentioned. It's great to have access to African markets too. So thank you very much, and let us work hard. Great. Mr. President, any final remarks? This partnership with Egypt will be very important, right? Yes, this agreement means that we are deepening our relationships with the Egyptian market, which is pivotal for us. In Egypt, they manufacture very interesting products to us in South America. And with this partnership, we'll be able to bring these products to our continent. As Mr. Elmikat mentioned, since we are already partners, we believe the relationship will become even closer. Digital platforms will also help, as he mentioned. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Elmikat. And now, we're going to watch a small video before we move on to the next session.
Fernanda.
Great. Fernanda and Mr. Hanan will be here with us during this debate between chambers. We're going to hear from the president of the Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry from the Mediterranean region, Mr. Ahmed El Wakil. We are also going to hear from the president of the Lebanon Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Simon Bachawati. Welcome, sir. We are also going to welcome the president of the Arab Investor Awards, Mr. Natim Sabah. And the director who's accountable for the international offices of the Dubai Chamber, Mr. Omar Khan. Great. Mr. President and Fernanda, the floor is yours. Great, thank you. This is going to be a very fruitful debate. Fernanda will be mediating this debate. And I think the topic we're going to touch on is one of the most important ones when it comes to the future of our chamber members' companies. That is correct. Since we have now adopted the Global Pact, this has been an important initiative. Among different initiatives, just like the Women's Committee, and just the sheer fact that we are now getting into different industries, we're touching on clean energy debates, we are partaking in different trade shows, including the Dubai trade show, with a great focus on sustainability efforts, just like the halal industry that we are working on in terms of certification and also in terms of adding value to different brands. We want to make sure we focus on sustainability. And on this last day, we're talking about ESG, which is truly in line with what we have mentioned on the first day of our event regarding the collaboration initiatives between Brazil and Arab countries. The whole world is working on cooperation, and end consumers, just like the private sector and governments, are truly considering the relevance of sustainability issues. This has to do with the relevance of businesses. We're all going digital. We're all more connected. So the way we connect and the way we relate with one another is changing. Food security is now more important than ever. And ESGs are an important topic to debate when you think of food security. And that is how we think of working over the next years. I think the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce can help companies a lot in that regard. And this is what I would like to hear from other officials from different chambers. Because we have always focused a lot on ESG issues. The 2018 forum, just like this forum, aims at contributing to this debate. Just the sheer fact that we are debating those topics comes to show that that is something that concerns us. Two years ago, when we thought of the strategic plan for the Arab Chamber, we defined that the purpose of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce was to connect Brazilians and Arabs so we could further develop socially, culturally, and economically. That means that we're considering all stakeholders and all the players. We're not only taking into account the financial and economic aspects of these relationships, we're thinking of the social and cultural aspects too. The pandemic brought a different perspective to us. We're now thinking about how we can better connect to other countries. We want to make sure our products are taken to our partners. We want to make sure we have the highest quality standards too. We assessed the meat production process and many other initiatives that were intrinsically related with ESG. And I think we can truly influence our members and society as a whole. But we want to go beyond that. We want to guide small and medium-sized companies in that regard. Another important initiative would be to think of role models, assess which companies are doing this well, and then help the others who still don't. So exchanging information is of the essence. That is up to us in the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. That is why I think this panel will be very important. That's great. So first, let's hear from the Dubai Chamber. They've got great expertise on these topics. So let's start the debate. What is your take on that, sir?
Well, thank you, RNC. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I want to thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for connecting with us. In terms of sustainability, the way we look at it is sustainability used to be on the side. companies used to sign a check or donations or help somebody once a year, or the rainforest, or some environmental factor, but it was not integrated into the business. It was not integrated into the lifestyle. So are products sustainable? Are they made from recycled products? Is financing ethical? And so many different parts of our lives need to have sustainability integrated to it. Because when people say save the planet, they don't really mean the planet, because the planet has been here for billions of years. It's about saving ourselves. And now our children are smart enough, and they're also talking about these issues with us very often. Now, in terms of sustainability, Dubai, of course, has set in for 2050 to have 75% clean energy. Now, this is very surprising for people who know the UAE is an oil-rich country. But also, we are going to celebrate the last oil barrel that leaves the UAE. In 2021, we have the target to go to paperless completely. So it's called Paperless 2021. So all the services now, because of the sad and tragic events of COVID, this is also accelerated. And this also helps the bottom line. In terms of sustainable financing, the IFC has a sustainable finance working group as well to see how financial institutions can integrate sustainability into their systems. Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, of course, they have Shams Dubai and the Green Pledge as well, where they're now decentralizing solar systems and integrating it and incentivizing it and giving you a full package with financing as well to do solar into your home. This removes the requirement of a big centralized energy production as well. And it goes on, but as a chamber, of course, we had to lead the way, and we started with our own building. It's now 25 years old. It's an existing building, but we were telling the business community, you have to make sustainable buildings. And they thought, well, for new buildings, it can be done. For the old ones, it can't. Well, we did it ourselves. We got our LEED certification in gold for our building initially, and then we went to platinum as well. And our building is 25 years old, so we proved that to the business community. We also work with the business community on the Center for Responsible Business, where we have specific label programs for our sustainable companies who we want to recognize, and we want to share the best practices with them and the government. In addition to that as well, our own university, the University of Dubai now is a carbon net zero university, and it actually supplies enough energy to run the chamber as well. And of course, we've gone 100% with our digital service, and there's so many different parts of sustainability. It can be with energy, environment, within your community, education, training, and Dubai Chamber is quite active with that. So again, we've been doing this since 2004 with the Center for Responsible Business, and now we're very proud to have seen so many initiatives maturing now, and the governments across the board are working very hard, and so is the business community in tandem.
That's great. We've got so much to do, and these initiatives are truly relevant. See, he gave us a great example. They are actually walking the talk in the Chamber of Commerce and showing their members how things should be done. That's great. I will now hand the floor over to Mr. Nahim Sabah, who is going to talk about investments. He leads the Arab Investor Awards, and he may tell us a bit about what they do in terms of sustainability and what his perspectives are regarding sustainability.
Para a América do Sul é muito interessante. Por favor.
تفضل.
Por favor, Sr. Nahim.
معروف عن دبي طبعا انها دائما مبادره وتطمح الى
The Dubai Chamber has been globally recognized. That is because we have sustainable efforts being implemented in the city of Dubai. It is one of the most sustainable cities in the world. We're self-sufficient in terms of energy production. Energy that is used to supply ACs. That is why we're coming up with partnerships with Mr. Rubens Hanan. He was appointed as a very important official, globally speaking. And I think that paves the way for our work in Latin America. We know that there are many business people in Latin America. That is why we're looking for new agreements with different Arab chambers in these countries. We're considering global investments. And we are to award Arab investors Mr. Rubens Hanan is, along with the Secretary General, Mr. Tamen Mansour, have been providing us with great support. We now want to come up with forums that will be held in Arabic. We're thinking about smart cities and sustainable cities for the future. Mr. Hanan actually talked to us about that in Dubai. We know things will change. Cairo, Beirut, and Algeria are widely recognized in that regard. Dubai is seen as a very modern city because of the amazing infrastructure that was built. Dubai is seen as a modern city. And it is located right next to the Old Town in Dubai, which is a beautiful part of the city too. And this city is seen as a global model. So we hope the pandemic ends soon so that we can pay a visit to Brazil and work along with Mr. Rubens Hanan so that we can truly implement these partnerships in Brazil. Because we believe that Brazil is the entry door to Latin America, especially considering Arab investment. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Hanan. Thank you, Mr. Mansour. And I want to thank everyone from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. I also want to voice my thanks to His Excellency, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. We know that there are many Arab and Brazilian business people being successful, which makes us very proud. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this event today. Thank you.
Welcome. You will be very much welcome to Brazil, sir. We are hoping for this unfortunate moment of the pandemic to blow over so that we can put into practice the plan of the award for investment and sustainable investment throughout Latin America. Thank you very much. Wonderful. I think they're complementary. It's interesting. In order to move, we're going to call Mr. Simon. He's got a video issue, but we want to hear him and the contributions that he will bring us from the Tripoli Chamber of Commerce. If we would like to invite Mr. Simon Bashawadi.
I want to thank you for this invitation, and I'm pleased and honored to take part of this valuable conference. Second, I want to thank President Dabusi, the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture in Tripoli, giving me this opportunity to represent him and represent the institution. Listening to the Dubai experience, which is quite inspiring, it makes us dreaming about what we can do in Lebanon in our unstable context and affected by recurrent crisis with high security and politic crisis. Even though we at the Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture in Tripoli, we believe that to make a change occurring, we should be big dreamer, big believer, and good planner. Thus, the Chamber of Commerce is since 2 years ago, we are trying to substitute the governmental institutions and the local authorities and answering the needs of our citizens in North Lebanon. And we are thinking globally and try to act locally. We want to, we had this big dream to reposition Tripoli on the geographical map of the commercial cities on the Middle East. And since 2 years, we launched an initiative around a urban economic development project linking between two governorates, Tripoli, North Lebanon, and Akkar, by expanding the port of Tripoli, linking it to the airport of Akkar, and try to create an industrial and commercial city at the seaside. This is our dream. Unfortunately, we are facing severe and serious political and economic challenges, even though our partners in the Arab countries, mainly in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, were a good support for us in order to go further in our plans. Today, the relationship with the UAE ambassador in Lebanon is quite important, and he's supporting us to create linkages with the Emirate institution in order to make our dream project coming through. and turning it into reality. On the other hand, the Chamber of Tripoli, from a sustainable development perspective, has adopted years ago the open door policy, and we turn out our facility into an open hub, hosting initiative from the civil society, from the private sector, and supporting the governmental entities, the concentrated governmental entities, in order to play their role by providing them with facilities and logistics. The Chamber of Commerce has initiated the Business Incubator Association in Tripoli since 2006, and now we are proud that many of our incubated youth have became leaders in the business and promoter of the local business in North Lebanon. At the same time, the chamber has initiated the local economic development agency North Leda, which is a local NGO acting as technical arm, promoting the public-private partnership and trying to come up with accurate solutions for existing socioeconomic problem in the city. Today, we are trying to launch the LMO, the Labor Market Observatory, in coordination with the European Union delegation to Beirut, and in partnership with the biggest universities in the area. This LMO will have an important role in linking between the market needs and the development of the curricula and the academic specialization at the universities. This is how we are operating for the time being at the chamber, trying to overcome the challenges around us. And finally, we believe that the success or our success stories are mainly linked to our belief in the partnership approach. Our partners are our ambassadors. We don't seek financial support from our partners. We seek exchange of experience. We seek linkages and synergies and opportunities to work together. Thank you.
How fabulous, how interesting. One more path. The pathway through partnerships, and they have been implementing this for so long, incubators. I think this comes to add value. We can see through the experiences we have paths to promote exchanges amongst the chambers and promote synergy. This can grow much more based on the examples we have heard. That is exactly it, working with SMEs, as it's been mentioned. It's a relevant work. Brazil, we have many companies that fall into the small and medium category, and they need so much of our support, the chambers of commerce, to trailblaze new countries, open new markets, and that are complementary in showing their market potential. It is a pity that we had an issue with the connection of Mr. Shimon, but we will get his contribution. Mr. Wakil could not be with us. Mr. Wakil, we are sorry for not having him. Renata says, it's a very wealthy discussion, the mediation. bringing these investment funds, how rich they are to our country and South America, but especially Brazil, bringing us these ESG topics, corporate and social. Thank you so much. We move forward now. We begin with the closing ceremony of this event. We'll have the words of Ambassador Hossan Zaki, General Milton Mourão, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, and Mr. Rubens Hanun, the President of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. For the first word, I invite His Excellency, Mr. Khaled Tash, the Deputy for Marketing and Communication of the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon and good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, and a true honor. I would like to welcome our friends from Brazil as well as all our Arab friends. The relationship between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Brazil represents a bridge between the hemisphere and the Middle East. We are celebrating this year 52 years of fruitful diplomatic relationships, and Saudi Arabia continues to be the largest trading partner with Brazil in the Middle East. Not only do we share a lot of relationships, we share a unique passion for football, but our cooperation really spans across so many dimensions and sectors. Some of the priority sectors for our bilateral investment relations include the healthcare and life sciences. The kingdom has a growing, wealthy population, and the government is incentivizing the growth in these healthcare. That's the largest spender on healthcare in the MENA region, with over $46 billion allocated in 2019, and another $130 billion that is expected until 2021. Another key area of collaboration between our two nations is the halal industry across agriculture, food, and pharmaceuticals. Saudi Arabia is your gateway to a $1 trillion industry and major global trading opportunities. Muslims have spent over $1.4 trillion on food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, highlighting strong growth drivers. Saudi Arabia is at the heart of the Muslim and Arab world, and for that, it provides opportunities to access the halal export markets, and we look forward to partner with Brazilian companies on those opportunities. And last but not least, food security is a strategic priority for the kingdom. And this was one of the key themes and topics of your wonderful event. The kingdom's share of Brazil's agriculture exports represents more than 10%, and we look to Brazilian partners in meeting the growing demand for food in the kingdom, especially on meat and agricultural products. The transformation that our two nations are undergoing can open much more opportunities in these sectors and many other sectors as well. So I would like to welcome you all to Saudi Arabia with open hearts, with open arms, and with open minds. And I thank you again for giving me the opportunity to be with you. And muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Halash Tash, bringing these investments, how important this relationship is between Brazil and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, especially on food security, no doubt. Now I'd like to invite for a few words His Excellency, the Finance Minister of the State of Palestine, Mr. Khaled Al-Osaili. Ambassadors, representatives of countries, Mr. President, and body of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, I am happy to be with you today. Bringing a broad range of authorities and experts and representatives, institutions from the Arab world in this forum. On this occasion, I thank the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for your efforts, for launching the works of the forum and ensuring the continuity of the work despite the pandemic, despite COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, businessmen, the future is now. It truly is. Human technology has managed to anticipate the future and has actively participated in fighting back the pandemic and transforming it into a challenge for economic development. And our gathering today, despite being virtual, proves our capacity of renewing and innovating. And it leads us to thinking about the needs for creating growth opportunities. And this forum, and it is the foundation for a future based on cooperation and understanding. We, from the state of Palestine, envy to be part of this future. The Brazilian market is a magnificent one with all its grandeur. Brazil welcomed our Palestinian population after the tragedy, and the Brazilian government participated actively, offering all the conditions for our population to work in Brazil. We have 65,000 Palestinians in Brazil today. We have businessmen, we have scientists, artists, all of them participating actively in Brazilian society, in Brazilian markets. In the Palestinian market, we have the opportunity of investments for Brazilian companies. Despite the small size, Palestine has all of the possibilities of inviting investors to enjoy the opportunities to invest in Palestine. And so, enjoying these opportunities and using Palestine as a gateway to the Arab and Muslim markets. We can deepen this partnership, broaden the trade relations, increase technological exchange and added value products. And we can foster and deepen cooperation in the industrial sector, in industry and services, especially IT and financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinian government very much wishes to deepen this cooperation with Brazil, despite the commercial trade being very modest, very much behind or below its true possibilities. But I am an optimist, and I hope we can increase our commercial trade to go beyond what it is today. This will only be possible with the participation of businesses, private sector institutions, in a common dialogue between the parties. I made a point of the private Palestinian sector participating in throughout this forum and getting to know the everyone involved, the services that are made available, getting to know the characteristics of participating countries. So I invite the companies from this forum to prospect opportunities for technical cooperation in promising sectors in Palestine. And I invite you to benefit of the existing possibilities and the ease that is offered, to use the incentives to come into the Arab and Muslim markets. I invite all of you to get to know tourism here in Palestine, visiting Jerusalem, the church, getting to know Bethlehem, visiting the churches, and Jericho, the oldest city in human record. And I invite you to invest in the sector of tourism, in the industrial area, also in Gaza and Halil. Also invite you to get to know pioneering Palestinian investments in the food industry, pharmaceutical, and other industries that are success cases internationally. I am extremely sure that commercial trade between Palestine and Brazil will create new opportunities for investment in Palestinian economy, incentivizing and fostering Brazilian companies to invest in Palestinian. So I am glad to inform that the Palestinian government offers incentives for direct investment in the area of free trade zones encompassing IT, and we are committed to bring closer direct investment, offering these incentives for projects that may help in transfer of information or increase in exports. So, thus we are offering foreign investors the legal framework and assurance the Palestinian government welcome Brazil and the role that it may play to incentivize the agreement between Palestine and the CONESUR and the Mercosur. And we can make great use of the increase of trade and investment in promising sectors. Ladies and gentlemen,
we're trying to build a better world. Brazil is the 8th largest economy in the world. The size of Brazil is roughly half the size of South America, and we've had historical relationships that were established with Brazil. So I want to thank the political support Brazil has given us, recognizing the state of Palestine, as well as the financial support to the Palestinian infrastructure, especially regarding healthcare, education, agriculture, and others. Thank you to the support that you have given to us through international funds and the World Bank. Also, thank you due to the UN resolutions regarding Palestinian refugees. The support was not interrupted due to the pandemic, so thank you. Finally, we share a common past. We condemn the Israeli occupation that takes away our political, social, and cultural rights, getting in the way of our development as a nation. And that will only end if the occupation comes to an end. There's been constant violations against the Palestinians, and that go against international laws too. There is great prejudice against us, but we believe that the international legislation, along with different people's goodwill, will help us build a promising future. And Brazil will play a very important role in terms of supporting peace and a stable relationship with the Palestinians according to the UN resolutions. So the future starts now. Peace and stability are at the core of our future. Thank you, and I wish you the best of success. Thank you very much. We are now going to hand the floor over to His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Santa Catarina, Mr. Carlos Moises. Welcome, Mr. Governor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. I know I'm the only state governor to speak to you today, so this is a true honor. I would like to greet the officials and authorities from Arab countries. I would like to say that the state of Santa Catarina is located in southern Brazil. We have great relations with Arab countries. We have successful trade relations that have been established over the past years. In the state of Santa Catarina, we also have a branch of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce located in the city of Itajaí, which is a city by the port of Santa Catarina. We also have an honorary consulate of Morocco in the city of Florianópolis, which is the capital of the state of Santa Catarina. And we couldn't miss this opportunity to address you. We wanted to tell you a bit about the state of Santa Catarina. And we wanted to mention how open and willing we are to strengthen the relationship with Arab countries. Agribusiness is very strong in Santa Catarina. It accounts for 30% of the Brazilian, or the state's GDP, rather. We've got animal protein plants here, especially poultry. We also have halal slaughters respecting the culture of Arab countries. We adjusted our plans for that. And earlier today, we talked about the hurdles that were posed by the pandemic. But despite all those obstacles, we were the first Brazilian state to implement preventive measures to reduce the impact of the pandemic. But we have also recovered our economic activities a lot, and we didn't stop producing food. Our state comprises 1% of the Brazilian territory, but we export way more than the others. And that is true not only for animal protein, but also for vegetables. And we pay royalties for different cultivars that are now adapted to different countries' climate. We invest in clean food that may be taken to different countries around the globe. In our state, we respect all people because we've got different ethnicities that comprise our society. That is why we welcome different cultures to our state. And that is why we respect different habits. That is why we want to increase and foster trade relations. Amongst the 27 states in Brazil, I would like to mention that Santa Catarina is the most competitive state regarding public management. Independent assessors have assessed our management system as the most efficient one in Brazil. In 2019, we ranked 6th, but in 2020, we went all the way up to the top position. So we are the most efficient state in Brazil. And considering other indicators, we are the most competitive state in the country. Public security is something that stands us out as a state. Cultural and ethnical diversity also sets us apart. So we are transparent. We have launched many digital services to our society in our state, and we've got many investment programs to welcome foreign capital to the infrastructure industry and to our ports. Some ports and airports located in Santa Catarina are also part of the federal government's concession program. So we expect to welcome private investment to this industry that will help us better distribute our goods and better cater to the needs of the countries we relate with. We also have power plants that use clean and sustainable sources. We also have a comprehensive distribution system for natural gas at the best prices in Brazil, in absolute terms. We have many public partnership programs for tourism, infrastructure, clean energy, and ports, as well as the healthcare system and the prison system. In Florianopolis, we are building the touristic complex of Ponte Hercílio Luiz, water transportation, and Florianopolis is an island, and that's the capital of the state, and we need investment so that we can help people regarding metropolitan transportation and water transportation. That is also valid for Itajaí. That's where the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce branch is located. We want to make sure our food plants are in line with the halal concept. These processes are supervised by Arab authorities. So the state of Santa Catarina welcomes this type of investment. And we want to strengthen this relationship. Our trade balance is positive at 800 million real. And we want this relationship between imports and exports to be more balanced. Since we have different ethnicities to our state, we are respectful and mindful of different cultures. Our Secretary of International Affairs may communicate with different countries in different languages. And we want to strengthen this relationship with Arab countries. So it's a pleasure to be able to address you right now. Trade relations And Arab culture is very important for us in the state of Santa Catarina, so we are at your full service. Thank you for this opportunity. And agribusiness here is based on small properties and family businesses. We're reducing the use of chemicals, and we want to make sure we work sustainably. Thank you very much for this opportunity again. And I would like to invite you all to visit us in Santa Catarina. So maybe we could schedule useful meetings so we can strengthen our bilateral relations. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, Mr. Carlos Moises. These were very important comments. Thank you and good afternoon. Right now, we would like to invite the president of the Saudi Chambers Council, Mr. Ashlan Al-Ashlan. Good afternoon, sir. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the President of the Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of this forum. We know that the pandemic brought up many changes and challenges to us, and this has affected international trade. So we need better cooperation efforts. That is valid now more than ever. I want to thank everyone who's watching us. This is a great opportunity so that we can increase cooperation amongst different countries and strengthen trade relationship between Brazil and Saudi Arabia. This relationship has become stronger because of different policies and agreements that were signed, as well as the meetings that were held between Brazilian and Saudi Arabian business people. We have a vision for 2030. The Saudi Arabian community wants to work in closer relationship with Brazil so that we can increase opportunities for trade and economic relations. That can be beneficial for both ends, especially for the private sector, which is driving our development. So we want to increase economic relations. We are eager to open new channels so that we can find more opportunities in different industries, mainly for agribusiness and different industries. Finally, I would like to greet His Excellency, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this forum. God bless you.
Thank you so much for bringing such important words for our closing. It's evening there where you are. Thank you so much for being here with us in this fourth day. Have a wonderful Senator Jean Paul Prats, who is here with us as well. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, my friends. I hope you can hear me. I am in transit due to the late hour. I had to catch a vehicle to go to the airport because of traffic, but I could not do without greeting all of you, all of our friends, of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce congratulate you on launching the Arab House, the blockchain, and the trade agreements. Well, we've had a connection issue with Senator Jean Paul Prats, but of course we thank His Excellency for joining us. Thank you so much, and we continue. Now it's the time. Mr. Khaled Hanafir, good afternoon, good evening, sir. You have the floor. As the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers, I had the happiness of participating in this event, and we want to cooperate with the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and make this event a reality despite the challenges. We participated in several events in São Paulo, but this year's event is different. There was broad participation of authorities, high-level authorities headed by the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, Mr. Vice President, several ministers, Arabian ministers, Brazilian ministers, the General Secretary of the Arab League also participated in the event, the General Adjunct General Secretary participated. It's a huge honor representing the Arab desire to cooperate, to participate. We had broad participation of the private sector, Arab private sector, executives from the Arab world, members of Arab chambers, and Brazilian participants. And also the thousands in the Arab world and in Brazil that have been following, over 3,000 people participating. This is proof of the desire from all of the parties to strengthen the relationships. We see that what we desire is not just to increase or improve as it was before, but we want a transformation. We want to move from just imports and exports to a strategic relationship. We want to change the way that cooperation takes place between Brazil and Arab countries, not just increase of trade relations. Several ideas were brought up, and the Arab League adopted an idea of a direct maritime connection between Arab countries, interconnecting Arab ports with Brazilian ports and South American ports. There's also many things and ideas that were said by both parties that started being executed through the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce with the support of the Arab chambers. And not just bringing platforms, but we want initiatives that use tools of the fourth industrial revolution. all of that, we then begin to cooperate. There are also points raised on environmental interest, the green economy, on the development of sustainable agricultural activities. We have to support those ideas for the well-being of all parties, adding value to Brazilian and Arab products. Actually, this forum has proven through the presence and participation of its members that there is a true desire that can be made the best use of and translated into tangible acts. And several have already been done so, thanks to the hard work of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, with the support of the Union of Arab Chambers, and all of us under the umbrella of the Arab League that supports us, supports our economic initiatives. And so we thank the League for this work. And so let's continue working toward the common benefit of the private sector, to support those who work in the private sector, which represents 75% of the Arab GDP, as well as for jobs. I believe that in Brazil, the private sector is just as important. So the message is to move from common trade and start using the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Khaled Hanafi, the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for your words on our closing session on the fourth day of the Economic Forum for Brazil and Arab countries. I invite now the Adjunct Secretary General, Chief of Staff of Secretary General of the Arab League, Mr. Hossan Zaki, here with us. Good afternoon, good evening, sir. Mr. Vice President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, General Hamilton Mourão, ministers and authorities, all of those present. The closing of the Brazil Arab Economic Forum, I have a pleasure of participating in this event. I truly thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Rubens Hanoun, the president, has always made a point of the Arab League being a partner, and in the activities that are organized by the Chamber, I make use of the opportunity to manifest and highlight the Brazilian side that participates actively in this forum. And this is reflected on the major presence, especially the presence of His Excellency, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and the Vice President. The Arab League has followed with great interest throughout these 4 days, and we saw the interest of participants in strengthening relationships on both sides, especially during this moment where we have been affected in international trade. And we should look at the horizons of Brazil and Arab countries, especially with the pandemic. No doubt, considering the topics that were brought forth during the forum, they were of paramount importance, especially food security that was discussed at length during the third day. And that reflects a strategic strong point, especially during this health crisis that we face worldwide, which forces us to think creatively in order to ensure food security and favoring opportunities that technology provides us. I would like to complement the initiative of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce of opening offices in Riyadh and Cairo, and the foundation of the Arab House during this forum. That offers cooperation bridges between our peoples and strengthen our excellent relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely sure that all that was done here in this forum will be of paramount importance and will have the support of the business community and government community. And recommendations will be translated into reality. The goal is to strengthen relationships between Arabs and Brazilians and developing them in diverse sector and taking our relationship to the highest possible levels. To the levels that will truly mirror the strength and capacities that we have. This should not change with when there are changes in governments or when the political paths go different ways. These are deep-rooted relationships built by the first immigrants who came to Brazil and founded and built the foundation of Arab participation and construction in Brazil. I could not close before showing the Arab admiration for Brazil's historical positions supporting Arab causes, especially the Palestinian cause. This admiration remains and is translated automatically through the cultural and commercial exchange. Considering that the just Palestine cause is and will remain until a solution is found, we hope for continued understanding and Brazilian support for the solution of this cause. A solution based on both states, and that is what's publicly supported in Brazil. Finally, I thank you all who participated in organizing this forum and for the success of the forum. And I restate that the League will continue to service the causes of our people in taking our relationships to the highest levels. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Hossan, here with us. Have a wonderful evening, sir. Now I'd like to invite His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Mr. Hamilton Mourão.
I would like to thank Mr. Rubens Hanan, President of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you to Ambassador Osmar Chaufi, Vice President for International Affairs. And I would like to thank the members of the Arab Chamber. Thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure to talk to you during this Brazil and Arab countries economic forum. The economic relations between Brazil and Arab countries go back a long way. Arab people have a special place in Brazilians' hearts. Their influence here came before dates back a long way. The Iberian culture came to us in the Portuguese caravels. In 1808, when the Portuguese royal family came to Brazil, a trader from Lebanon, Mr. Eli Anton Lubu, or Elias Antonio Lopes, who related with Prince Regent Dom João and gave him the current solar, as well as the palace of Quinta da Boa Vista, where the National Museum is located. That became the official residency of the Brazilian monarchs. In the palace of Quinta da Boa Vista, Dom Pedro II was born, and as an emperor, he visited North Africa and the Middle East in 1870, which opened the doors for the Arab immigration to Brazil. The intensification of this flow happened in late 19th century and beginning of the 20th century, as many families came to Brazil and helped build our country. The word Moorish became synonyms with working hard in Brazil. Working as a Moorish means working hard, and that shows how competent these immigrants were. Many of them became wealthy, and as they got money, they would open their own stores and commerces. They either worked with coffee in southwest Brazil or with other crops. Now the Arabs are all around Brazil. They founded hospitals, clubs, churches, mosques, restaurants, associations, and different companies. I can testify the great tradition of the Monte Líbano Club in Lagoa Rodrigo de Freitas Lake, with their carnival, balls, shows, and wedding ceremonies. These events contributed to integrate immigrants and their descendants to the Brazilian society. I would also like to highlight the Arab food. The kibbeh and the sfiha are all part of our parties. Arabs and Arab descendants became Brazilian, and many of them love eating rice and beans during their lunch meals. The cultural and economic integration of Arabs makes us very proud in Brazil. This community did so much for Brazil, and we believe they will play a great role in terms of building a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future. Brazil and the world are going through unprecedented challenges because of the COVID-19. This pandemic hit the welfare and our population's health, as well as our country's economies. These are hard times, and in solidarity, I want to say that we are going to overcome these adversities together. We're going through major changes. We saw that there's been an intensification of geopolitical tensions between these two great economic powers. The knowledge economy makes us understand better research, development, and innovation in different industries. Recent survey carried out with CEO of major companies show how fast these transformations are going about. To 40% of the CEOs, progress of digitization processes and the next generation of their operational models happened way faster than before. 27% of them said that this progress was so fast that it made their companies go faster than before. 50% of these business people state that one of their main strategic investments will be on acquiring new technologies. and on digitization efforts to their businesses. They also showed an interest in significantly investing in their innovation capabilities for their staff members. 87% of business people stated that because of the pandemic impacts, they are going to rethink their supply chains on a global level. Transformation is not only due to technological changes, environmental, social, and governance are also important. The acronym for that is ESG. Sustainability became central to our generation in the 21st century. We have to cater to the needs of current generations without compromising the capability so that our children and grandchildren may have their demands met in the near future. Brazilian companies are following up on this process when awareness is being raised so that they can respond to the new societal and market demands. Brazilian companies are willing and capable of adopting environmental protocols such as energy efficiency, waste management, natural resources preservation, clean energies, and traceability in the supply chain. Inclusion and diversity policies are also important. We have to train our workforce and consider privacy and the protection of personal data from our employees and customers. Adopting good practices for good corporate governance with ethics and transparency goes hand in hand with the desire of Brazilian people have to fight corruption in every single way. The members and partners of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce are keeping an eye on that and are contributing to this progress. Brazil is committed to strengthening these trade relations with Arab countries. Trade with countries that are part of the Arab League totaled 12.2 billion in 2019, and it ranks third as the greatest trade flow, lagging behind China and the US only. Countries from this region are great importers of Brazilian countries, especially agricultural products. Our growers export food that is grown according to the principles of the Islam. The market is worth $1.3 trillion, and it accounts for 2 billion consumers. And we know that there is room to increase this international trade. We've been trying to build relationships of trust and create a proper environment to increase and diversify relationships with countries from this region. Arab countries are also investing in Brazil, especially in agribusiness, infrastructure, transports, energy, defense, science, technology, and innovation, as well as tourism and the medical industry, which pose great potential for growth. The Investment Partnership Program is a great opportunity for higher cooperation in different industries. That is how we're paving the way for Brazilian exports. Arab countries from the Gulf region, Qatar, the UAE, and Oman rely on great infrastructure and good legal framework for the special economic zones for exports. That may make access of Brazilian products easier to different markets. I'm sure that these two economies complement each other. However, the historical, cultural, and friendly foundations are what paved the way to this future of prosperity between Brazil and Arab countries. Thank you all very much. Thank you so very much, Mr. Vice President Hamilton Mourão. And we're getting to the end of our forum. This have been great 4 days. We've had relevant conversations, and we've learned so much. We know that things go beyond trade only. With that, I would like to welcome Mr. Rubens Hanan to close the Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum. This was the first digital forum. So here we have the president of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens Hanan. Welcome again, sir. Thank you very much, Renata. Good morning, good afternoon, and good morning to you all. You know, Renata, we have reached people in the 5 continents of the world. 61 countries were watching this forum. That is great, isn't it? It's great news. And that's how we wrap up this edition of this economic forum. This is a forum that will be remembered by everyone. It's a memorable edition. We think that we've got great things to come in the future. We talked about corporate governance, social and environmental efforts. We talked about ESG. We also talked about new trade processes. We touched on food security issues. And I don't mean to repeat everything again, but you saw how rich conversations we had. And the Arab Chamber team was fantastic. Everyone worked hard over the past 4 days. And we are going to publish an article on the results of this forum. Roughly 9,000 people have watched our forum over the past 4 days, and these people will receive this paper portraying the results of this forum on new technologies, on the digital revolution, and everything that was mentioned here. I would like to mention how optimistic and how excited people were from the very beginning. From the first words said by the President of the Republic of Brazil, from the Secretary General of the Arab Chambers, everyone was very optimistic and very excited. And here we are, at the end of the event. Once again, the Arab League and their Deputy Secretary General, as well as Brazil and the President of the Republic, are truly optimistic. We're excited about what's to come. So the forum was truly successful. People were getting ever more optimistic and excited as the forum went about. So we've set the foundation to sign new agreements. The agreement with Apex, trade partnerships, new offices, ESG agreements, initiatives such as the Arab Chamber, the Global Compact with the UN. I think we've set the foundations for it all. Now, it seems like we're getting to the end of our work, but this is only the beginning. We now have to move forward based on everything that was said. So this has been a great forum. We delivered what we expected. We knew that we had a very complex challenge to face. We had strong debates in the Chamber of Commerce to decide whether or not this forum was going to happen or not. But we decided to go ahead. We decided to do it, and we overcame this challenge. And we've got a great team on the backstage right here. A team that is providing 9,000 people with this great content. You don't see them, of course. You can't see them. But we got a great infrastructure on the backstage. And we made it happen. I would never believe I would be part of such an initiative. And this was not a 2-hour webinar. I'm talking about 20 hours of broadcast, live broadcast. Renata was here for this everyone was here for the past 4 days. We were in touch with many people. I would like to thank every single speaker. 120 people spoke to us over the past 4 days. And these speakers came from 23 different countries. 11 of them were Arab countries, 7 from Europe, 2 from the Americas, 1 from Singapore. Many people provided us with great insights and great contributions. So again, 9,000 people attended this conference from 23 countries. We reached almost all Arab countries except for 2. Many people visited our virtual trade show. They had 100 meetings virtually, and we didn't know how things were going to happen. We didn't know if things were going to work or not. But once again, we took a step further, and we took the lead, and we showed that this is possible. We just can't wait. That is why the motto of this event was "The future is now," because we can't just wait for someone to make it happen. We want to make it happen. We want to lead those efforts. And for that, I would like to thank all the sponsors that have believed us. I also want to thank the Chamber's team. I want to thank third parties who helped us, the directors who have really believed in us. Thank you to the council, to the board. Thank you to government officials. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you for believing in this initiative and for having accepted this challenge. Now I would like to show you a small video so we can wrap up this forum. This video will be a surprise to all of us. I myself haven't watched it yet. So let's see it.
tranquilidade, alegria e gratidão. Tudo foi um desafio, na realidade, de início até o fim. Tudo para nós foi novo. Então, realmente foi um desafio atrás do outro.
Se essa equipe maravilhosa que fez e que deu essa coragem para a gente conseguisse fazer e topasse correr esse risco. E eu acho que todo o tema que nós pusemos no futuro e agora, nós estamos construindo o futuro, eu me senti no futuro. Me senti nessa construção. Muito legal.
Great. Such an emotional video, isn't it? I know that this forum has been so important to everyone, and this is a true dream come true. More than 60 countries, thousands of people were attending this forum, and this forum does not end here. So congratulations, thank you very much for your support. Thank you to everyone from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. This is a great team. We got great professionals. I have received great support from your team, sir. I want to thank the communications team, everyone from the technical staff. We all worked together to make the future happen. That is correct. I want to thank the ambassadors and the Council of Brazilian Ambassadors too. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. It's been essential. Thank you. All right, we've come to the end of our event. We are all very emotional. And once again, we would like to voice our thanks to the sponsors of this forum. They made this possible. Thank you to BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, KaiZed, Neom Trade, Qualita Group, and TradeLink. I want to remind you all that you can still visit our virtual trade show, where you can find the sponsors to this event. The trade show will be open until 6 p.m. Brazilian time. On this platform, you'll be able to talk to companies and find out new ways to establish trade and institutional relationships between countries. And you can also take a look at our survey on Arab immigrants in Brazil. The Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum 2020 ends here. It's been a great pleasure for me to be part of such a special moment. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to each and every one of you, and I'll see you on our next edition. Bye-bye.